Hello, everyone. Welcome here. Today, we are going to play some Timberborn. Going to continue the Timberpunk 2 run. Last time, we had made some substantial progress. And then today, hopefully, we can make even more substantial progress. All right. So we've got this beautiful green area up here that we can use for all sorts of fun activities. We have greatly expanded the tree farming area, although it looks like it probably wouldn't hurt to expand it even more. We had just finished greening up a huge amount of this area down here, so that almost the whole valley is green now. There's only a few spots that are missing some irrigation. We're currently in a drought, so the waterfall's not running, but there is a waterfall that falls off the end of this aqueduct there. And the other aqueduct is all ready for a waterfall of its own whenever I get around to it. And I believe at the very end of stream, I went ahead and dropped Badwater Dome blueprints on all the bad water sources here. Because I think that's what we're going to work on next. We're going to get all these capped so that I can replace this giant Badwater lake with a lake of water instead. So, let's get started, I guess. Hello, survey. Welcome here. Now, do I have this area set to be cut? I do not. Okay, let's fix that real quick. We want maximum tree murder. And then, of course, once eventually we get this place drained, we're going to want to do maximum tree murder down there as well. Our wood stockpiles are almost full again. Oh, it looks like we missed a spot here and there. Let's go ahead and mark these trees for cutting as well. Eventually that will matter. Get all the little corners that were missed. Like that one. That one. That one. And that one. And that one. Okay. I missed a bunch of little corners apparently. Okay, that one can't be planted because the grass isn't green there. Yeah, we would need to put another forester to plant this little area. I don't think I'm too concerned about that right now. Let's go ahead and clean out this mess. Get all that nuked from orbit. Okay. Oh, no wonder everything's so slow. Kick the speed up as well while we're at it. And then, while we've got beavers cutting trees, I'm going to want other beavers in here removing thorns. Well, I say beavers, but all of our construction jobs are bots. Although I do have beavers doing the... You know, I should go down to the district center and say that all future jobs are done by bots. So I don't have to go... Oh, whoops. Let's get rid of those stumps while we're at it. Let's see. We have 17 unemployed beavers. Yeah. I need to start thinking about what I want to use the beavers for. Because I don't want them to sit around completely unemployed all the time. Which I mean, a reasonable percentage of them are currently working, but... Yeah. Alright, anyway, we need to make a bridge. Crossed here, somewhere. Let's do it right there. And of course we need to remove as many thorns as we can manage. Because eventually we need to get over here so we can build that bad water dome. The first of many. I'd kind of like to get the achievement for fully containing all the bad water on the map. Which I'm really surprised I don't have that one already, because I thought I had fully contained all the bad water on the previous map we played, but... Alright. Those guys are all sloughing off on the job. Which means we should go ahead and remove those buildings. And build another set of them. Oh, the reason they're sloughing off on the job is because there's thorns here. Alright, so once those thorns are gone, they will... Isn't it about time to visit Kenshi? I was thinking it'd be fun to play Kenshi again. Just recently. The problem is I have a bunch of things I want to do first. Yeah. Let's see. What's on the current weekend plan list? I want to play more of that Star Miner game. But I don't think that's a weekend game, necessarily. That's a more of a midweek kind of game. I'd kind of like to play Crimson Desert sometime, just to see what it's like. But I don't know if that's really a weekend candidate either. Sniper Elite 5 I want to play. And I want to try out Windrose. And I still haven't played much Stalker 2, and now I have a computer that can actually run it, hopefully. Run it well. I want to play through Jagged Alliance 3 again. And Terraria got a major update. I probably should do another run of that. And of course there's got to be room for X4 in there somewhere, because I haven't played that for a while either. There's a few games that I would like to play. Just a few. Oh, it's another possible start location. There's an aquifer drill. There's some starting logs, some starting planks. Nearby ruins you get your starting metal from. This aquifer drill survived this long, so it'll probably survive longer. Looks like there's some dynamite, more planks underground. Okay. There are so many possible starting locations on this map. And each of them is interesting in its own special way. And of course, I want to play more of this game even after I finish with the current run. Because I think it'd be really interesting to try out some of the alternative starting locations. And apparently the developer has made it even more evil in various updates. Which honestly, this map is not as evil as Pressure is in some ways. The start is definitely harder. But it has, or had at least, less massive gotchas than Pressure did. Pressure had a lot of situations where it was just likely to jump up and bite you in the ass. Should I put in an underground pile over here for logs? We're going to be doing a lot of log cutting in the area. And it's not too far away from our core of industry. Sure, let's put an underground pile over here. For log collection. Yeah. I don't think there's been any real news about Kenshi 2 for a while. Because that's one thing that would definitely cause an immediate plan shift, as if that suddenly popped up. Also, there's actually some new games that are on the horizon that I'm interested in. Although I don't think there's any that are coming up just right away. I definitely want to play that new Tomb Raider when it comes out, which I don't remember when that's coming out. I think sometime this year. Well, I say new Tomb Raider, but it's yet another Tomb Raider 1 remake. Which, considering that I think Anniversary, probably my favorite Tomb Raider. I don't think I've ever played Legends on stream. And I definitely never played Underworld on stream. I should play those for Nostalgia Night sometime. They're old enough to deserve that. After all, I played Anniversary for Nostalgia Night. I've only played through Underworld once. And I remember very little about it, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I liked it. Like, it doesn't have any bad memories attached to it. So I should probably look at when that new Tomb Raider is actually coming out. And then plot to play through the... not sure what you'd want to call it. Legends Trilogy. Either right before it comes out or somewhere in the vicinity. I don't think I'd replay Anniversary though, because I played that somewhat recently. Guess it depends on how you define recently. I need more time to play games, damn it. There are vast quantities of awesome games to play. And I have very little time to play them in. Or at least it feels like very little time to play them in. It's actually not that bad as far as I have a surprising amount of time available for games. But also, it's never enough. I propose a new rule. Game developers are not allowed to make a game I'd be interested in unless I have time to play it. Yeah. Thank you very much for the subscription, Dread. 48 whole months. That is entirely too much time for me to have been streaming, and I've been streaming longer than that. That's a scary thought. In any case, I greatly appreciate it. Okay. Clean up the last of these stumps and stuff. Get any bits of thorn that have been missed. Might as well remove those too. I can come back in here later and remove those trees. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Back over to here now. They're almost done getting enough gears over here. Let's remove all these stumps. No stumps allowed. Which reminds me, I was going to look to see if there was a mod to make the stumps decayed on their own. And then guess what I didn't do? Yeah, I didn't actually go looking to see if there was such a mod. So I should probably go do that at some point. Not right now, though. Okay. There's a lot of crud in this area to clean up yet. It's highly unlikely that I'm ever going to reach my ambition of completely removing all of the thorns. Damn it. Actually, I moved the mouse wrong and deleted a bunch of path. Okay, that bad water dome is removed. Next. Or built, I mean. Whatever. I think next up, I'm going to put in that, which will get us access to both of these domes from above. Okay. Remove that lumberjack flag. Where's the entrance to this one? It's over here where that thorn is, of course. Where else would it be? Alright. Yeah, these are about done for. Let's go ahead and add some new lumberjack flags. Alright, of course all of our workforce is off tearing out stuff over here. Because these are the older designations and they always prefer to do the older ones first. No? Well, then where are the lazy bastards? They're tearing out over here. That's all of them. Not very many workers, though. Yeah, whatever. Ugh. Let's remove those two. Gear production remains, as always, our giant bottleneck. Clearly, I should put in a giant gear factory somewhere. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to remove all this crap up here, but... Oh, I was going to say. Nothing to do in range, what are you talking about? There's plenty to cut. But they ran out of designations. That's what the deal is. That'll fix that quite nicely. It is closed, right? Yes, it is. Okay, good. So we've capped 2 of the sources that were feeding this pit. There's 5 left, not counting the seeps. But the seeps basically don't matter. I'm willing to bet that this drain here will drain both seeps, probably. This one's going to be obviously the hardest to cap. These 2 are working on capping right now. This one will be trivial. We'll just build a little thing out to it. You know, I could put in... Oh... Where would be a good spot? I could use this power shaft and tap it for a gear production area right down here. And that would give us fairly direct access to the gear storage and not too distant access to the plank storage. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, and then to get the power over there, we'll just do that. And I believe you have a pretty decent power surplus right now. Yeah. Several thousand power surplus. Which this is not going to change. At least not to any appreciable amount. Of course they can't build the vertical shafts because they don't have gears. Well, let's order them to grab some gears, and I should fix that problem relatively rapidly. So when I get this whole thing drained, I'm going to rip out this dam because I don't like it. It was kind of a slapdash effort anyway. And then we're going to go in, we're going to clear out all the mess along the front here. And we're going to redo the whole thing. Going to fill in a lot of this mess with drain blocks. And then we're going to run this aqueduct back into the new dam we're going to put in. And then I believe we have ready access to power right here, yeah. So I'm going to run some power out from somewhere in here to power all of these aquifers. We'll cap this drain, not permanently. I'm going to put a valve around the drain so I can turn it on and off. And then we'll start pumping this full of good water. This over here, we're going to put a dam on it. I don't want that flowing off the edge of the map. That, or I might just come back in here and fill it in with dirt. So it's not actually an exit over here. We'll see. But we're going to pump this full of water, and we're going to let at least some overflow come down this aqueduct and into here. Then I'll probably dynamite out a larger pool here at the base of this. And we will likely turn the speed up on this outlet over here. Because currently there's not a whole lot of water that flows into this place. It's just this little bit up here from this seat. Which, this is cool and all. And it gives us a nice waterfall over here, and it gives us a nice flowing water river. But, yeah, I'd like more than that. Okay. Also, I'm kind of tempted to put a dam here at the end of this aqueduct. That would help disguise just how little water is actually flowing down here. Because this is literally 1/10 of a cubic meter flowing through here per second or whatever the... Yeah. So this is very little water flowing out of this. If you put a dam on the end, it would make it a lot less obvious that it is so little. But also, I like the way it looks without the dam. There's just water flowing out and down. Oh well. Okay, that bad water dome's done as well. And this one is coming along nicely. Okay, good. Well then, it's time to start thinking about the next one. That one will be very trivial to rig up. Okay. And then of course you have to get out to this one. And that one. Hopefully the water level will start going down with 2 more capped. Not quite sure if it's going down already or not. I'm really curious how much drain this has, the source here. Alright, is there anything else we need to work on right now? Let's go ahead and remove all the stumps over here. We might as well order all the thorns exterminated as well. Clean the map up a little bit visually. Of course, every thorn I order removed is another thorn that could distract a beaver from the actual important work over by the big dam. Oh well. Work correctly, if you click the district center, it highlights all the tiles that are reachable by construction beavers. I don't remember if that works for... Yeah, it also works for builder huts. Okay. So you can see how far they can range away from the ends of the paths. Once upon a time, they could range a certain number of tiles away from the structure. Or the district center, actually. So paths would extend that, but not infinitely. Eventually you'd have a path that was just too long and beavers would never go to the end of it. Damn it. Thankfully, that was changed at some point. Quite a while ago, to be clear. It used to be that if you wanted to build something that was a long ways away from your district center, you really didn't have a choice. You had to start a new district, just so you could get them far enough away. Which wasn't all that great, honestly. The new system is way better. Okay, so we got to get to here and here. This one should be relatively straightforward. We just need a bridge somewhere. Or we can come at it from this side, which would probably be easier, actually, and probably a better... Well, maybe not easier, but certainly a better idea. We've got some paths to get up here. Let's go ahead and start ordering some thorn murder. I wonder if they're going to do more updates post 1.0. I would assume so. But then I'm kind of curious what kind of updates. Really cool if they added a third Beaver faction. I would definitely be all for that. I'm not sure what kind of theme I would want a new Beaver faction to have. There's various Beaver faction mods that add new ones. I haven't really looked into them, though. Okay, that's getting surprisingly close to done. Definitely turning on all of those extra gear factories made a big difference. Now, of course, we're running low on planks, but let's see. How many planks do you actually consume? 1 every 3 hours? How many planks do we produce? 1 every 1.3 hours? I could throw down a couple lumber mills and probably take care of most of that need. There are a couple up here that I've been running for a long time now. Yeah. Boom, that Badwater Dome dried up that area pretty quick. Okay. Now, gotta work on this area. There are quite a few beavers who are already busy beavering away on this general vicinity. A lot of thorns to break through. So we are approaching a drought. And as you approach a drought, water and bad water and whatever else sources do slow down, as in they stop emitting as much. However, that also applies to the water source here that's acting as a drain. Because they approach, from what I understand, they move towards zero. And so this water source is acting as a drain. It's doing it because it's got a negative production amount. And from what I understand, it slowly consumes less and less as the drought approaches. At the same time, these produce less and less as well. So it kind of maintains equilibrium, roughly. And so, since we're not really dumping anything out through any of these other exits anymore, it means that we should be seeing about these levels even without a drought. Because production is less, but at the same time, drain is less too. In reality, I'm not sure exactly how accurate that is. Like, it could be more... depending on the exact numbers and the exact algorithm it uses to adjust. It could skew more one way or the other. I don't really know exactly how that works. In any case, it does seem to be draining this pit pretty quickly. But also that's why this doesn't drain during a drought. Because when the drought hits, it'll stop draining water completely. Which is a bit unfortunate, but... yeah, see it stopped draining right there? Get enough good water in there, you'd have another nice green patch. Yep. There are a whole bunch of aquifers in here. And I'm going to cover this drain. Not completely. I'm going to get some beavers down here and strip out these ruins. And then I'm going to build a little case around this. And I'll put a throttling valve facing toward the drain down in here. So I can control how fast water flows into the drain. Most of the time it will be shut, but if I want to drain, I can drain at varying rates. That's the idea of the throttling valve. But anyway, I'm going to plug in these bad water seeps using a system similar to what I used over... oh, where is it again? Over here. Where I put contamination barrier around it on the level below. And then the same level, levees on top of platforms. And then impermeable floor on top of overhangs to cap the top of it. So those seeps will be completely contained. There's one here. And there's another one over here, which will be even easier to contain. It's in a cave. And then once all that's taken care of, then we'll hook all these aquifers up with drills and run power to them. Which, that's a lot of power use, actually. Let's see, there's what, 4 aquifers in here? It's like 1600 power draw. I think we can support that, and if not, we can go add more geothermal. Well, with 4 drills, that should be able to fill this lake up, I think. If they're running full time at full throttle. Actually, wait, are there geothermal fields around here I could tap directly for the dedicated power to these? There's one there. Doesn't look like there's any others that are conveniently placed. Okay. Alright. These lazy ass beavers. Huh. They've decided they don't want to work anymore. That's fine. Speaking of lazy ass beavers, we need to get some down here to remove these thorns. And then we'll bridge over to here and continue our anti-thorn and tree crusade. Yeah, there's basically two things that I wish the game did with trees that it currently doesn't. I wish when you cut a tree down, the stump would eventually decay on its own. So you wouldn't have to go back in and remove them manually. Which, that's not really that big of a deal, honestly. But it would be nice. And two, I wish that dead trees like this, if you let them sit long enough on green terrain, they would eventually deteriorate in some way and become a new tree. Like, I don't necessarily want them to come back to life when they get green terrain. That's not really reasonable. But it would be kind of cool if a previously forested area that died to drought and then was restored to water again would slowly recover. Like, perhaps there would be a small chance that a dead tree would generate a new sapling near it or something. And then a living tree next to a dead tree would have a small chance to cause the dead tree to start degenerating and eventually turn into a new sapling somehow. You have to be careful about it, though, because you don't want what do you gotta call it? You don't want to remove tree management from the game. Is this still the pressure scenario or do the new map? This is the new map. This is Timberpunk 2. We've done quite a bit on this map already. And it's actually looking pretty civilized at the moment. A much better appreciation for how the map looked when we started would be over here. Just blasted wastes covered with insane amounts of thorns. We started down here. Let's see if I can orient myself. Okay, here we go. We started right over here. This hole was blown out by some dynamite, I believe. So that wasn't there originally. Oh yeah, because this is where there was some geothermal. There was a geothermal field here that was blown up eventually. Right over here, there was an ancient aquifer drill. Like right in here somewhere. And at the very start of the game, the ancient aquifer drill here had a bomb next to it that was already ticking and had 50 days to go. So that was the only source of water at the start. This river used to carry bad water. That was recently dried up. Yeah. Bunch of things like that. This map doesn't seem to have as many traps as Pressure does. But the start is definitely harder, despite that. And it does have some traps, but they're a little more obvious. At least the ones in this area are. One thing this map definitely has is tons of interesting alternative start locations. Let's go see if we can find one real quick. I believe there's one in a cave somewhere around here. Here we go. Boom. There's a cave down here with a water seep. Some bad tide drains just to give you some excitement. This is one of the very few starting green areas on the map. You probably could theoretically start there. Maybe not. It depends on if you could get any wood down in there. A lot of the green up top is new. There's definitely a start location that would be reasonable over here. Yeah. There's an aquifer you could use early on. There's starting water, starting food. And then there's underground ruins with more water, planks, some relics you can demolish for early research. And under that, there's even more warehoused materials that you would have to recover these stairs to get down there. Some gears, some metal blocks, a little bit of explosives, berries, some extract even. I don't think there's an ancient aquifer drill in the area, so you wouldn't be able to start pumping water right away, but you'd have to beeline building your own aquifer drill over there to get starting water. And of course, I don't think this bad water source starts active, so you wouldn't have water dumping on you immediately. Bad water. But you don't have a whole great deal of time until it does start. So that's a possible alternative start location. There's another one over here somewhere. Some water tanks, some ancient aquifer drills you could use. There's some bad water sources over here, but they don't start until later. There's a dam, natural dam here that blows up partway in. But you'd be starting on a floodplain if you started over there. I think there was another one. I keep discovering these random little locations. It's like, oh yeah, you could start here. Like, okay, over here. Ancient aquifer drill. Geothermal field right next door to help power it after you get past the initial point of beavers running on wheels to get your first little bit of power. Some starting water. A little bit of starting food. A few logs to help out. This wasn't quite full at some point. Here's some more starting berries. There's tons of dead oaks in the area to cut down, most of which I've cut down already. Looks like medical tents are a must early. It's actually, early on the bad water is not too bad. Depending on where you're at. Like over here. Okay, we have this nice dry lake bed. Or a dry riverbed, I guess I should say. Oh yeah, for the thorns. Oh, definitely. Thorns are a huge problem. This whole map edge is covered with bad tide drains. During a bad tide, this thing runs just completely full Just a raging torrent of bad water pouring off the map over here. It's kind of cool. Well, there's no kind of about it. It's absolutely cool. And then there's this ruined cargo ship in the middle of the river loaded with all kinds of interesting goods. That gets flooded over. I think these sources over here started after the beginning of the game, but I don't remember. Yeah, this map has a lot going on. All kinds of hidden details. Some obvious details. Like there's this cool, probably supposed to be a train station thing over here. There's stuff hidden underground to various degrees. For example, I have my bot production here built in this cave. That cave is only very slightly modified from one that had some ruins in it at the start of the game. I have since expanded it considerably, blowing out these additional halls onto it. But the center room here and this hall here were original. Did you have to add a mod to the game to get the map? I downloaded it off Steam Workshop, yeah. The Steam Workshop has both mods and maps. But you just go Steam Workshop, subscribe to the map, and boom, there you go. Yeah, this place is riddled with caves and stuff. Oh. Bet you this would be a starting location. Oh yeah, I remember looking at this. Get your starting water. Ancient aquifer drill. Geothermal field to get you past the once you get past the starting power. But there's no food. And I don't think there's an easy way to get food either. Oh wait. There are some blueberry bushes. So if these blueberry bushes had, like before they got killed off, if they had berries on them, you could pick some starting berries to not starve to death while you tried to get farming up. But this would be a really interesting start. Obviously the bad water wouldn't be here at the very beginning, because that's flowing in from this stream, and that stream is flowing down from up here, which I don't think that starts at the beginning. Yeah, there's a nice little livable cave with some looming disasters waiting to kill off most of your crops if you don't deal with the bad water in the surface quickly enough. Once it starts, you'd have to block this off or just get water flowing out there to counteract the bad water trying to come in once that starts. And you'd have to prevent the bad water sitting up here from contaminating everything down there. Which I don't think that would contaminate some of it, but definitely not all of it. Most of this contamination is from the bad water sitting around the drill. There's another aquifer down here. You would definitely have to build more water storage because there's no way this would last through much of a drought. Like I said, this place is riddled with all kinds of interesting alternative starts. I definitely want to play this map again. And supposedly the developer has been updating it with some regularity. So I'll have to see what kinds of stuff have been added to the map since I grabbed this version. Alright, anyway. We need to make it over here so we can work on that Badwater Dome. But I want to play it with the other Beaver clan. Yes, definitely. The initial food situation is probably a lot easier with these guys because potatoes are so incredibly powerful. But at the same time, these guys are really boring as far as Beaver factions go. The zip lines are easy to use. Their farming is powerful. They're really trivial to manage your population, but the Iron Teeth are by far my favorite faction. They're just more interesting. Okay. Well, they're actually almost done hauling materials over there already. Good. Now we just have to get down to this one in the middle. Which... I think that drain is draining all of this and more. So that's very good. Boom. That's capped off. Okay, now we just need to get down to the bottom here. I want to strip out all the thorns off all the tiers in here. Strip out all the dead trees, get this place all ready to become a proper pond. Yeah. I don't know. The folktales are just more boring. They're a good faction for learning the game because they're easier. You don't have to worry about how many breeding pods you want to maintain a certain population or whatever. You just build the right number of houses for whatever population you want and it automatically is maintained. Easy. But yeah, I don't know. Their food's easier to deal with. They've got more powerful farming, all that fun stuff, so... They really... Oh... They really feel like a beginner faction, I guess. Which I guess is why they're the faction that you start having unlocked. They do have their own interesting mechanics and stuff that the Iron Teeth don't have, but their windmills and stuff are kind of cool. Getting beavers down to the bottom of this to get all these thorns out is going to be a nightmare. Oh well. That is our current mission. The reason I chose to play Folktales for this run is because I had not played Folktales for a very long time, and I decided it was time to replay them. And I don't regret choosing Folktales. It's still Timberborn. Timberborn's fun. Variety is the spice of life and all that. Yeah, the zip lines, they don't transport your beavers as fast as the tubes do, I don't think. It's 150% movement speed, and I'm pretty sure the tubes are like 300% or some bullshit. Anyway, but they're definitely a lot easier to build. But also you can't do some of the cool things that you can do with the tubes, like build beside them. Like with a tubeway, you can technically drill a one-wide tunnel straight into whatever mountain you want to drill into by just ordering a tunneling operation off the end of the tubeway and then replace it with a tubeway and repeat for as far as you want to go. Or you can build straight up in the air by building vertical tubeways and then putting stuff on top of them. More engineering flexibility for more complexity. Okay. We can go ahead and start ripping out some of this damn stuff, because realistically we are never going to have this filled up again. All right. There's so many thorns around here. This dam's got to go. All of it. Some of these bits are going to be hard to get to. I'll put in some temporary stuff to get up there. Let's get rid of these reserve warehouses. Yeah. Anyway. I kind of hope that they add another faction eventually. But I'm not sure. I believe I said this earlier. But I'm not sure what I want another faction to look like. Are they still developing the game? 1.0 was a few months ago. So I'm not sure if they've got plans for updates past that or not. So I guess the correct answer is, I don't know. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so, but I don't really know. Okay, that can go away. All of these thorns, dead trees gotta go. Every last one. That must be just out of range. Thankfully, all of my construction... Oh, that's why it's not connected. It's not connected up here. Okay, anyway. Thankfully, all of my construction beavers are bots. I don't have any actual beavers assigned to construction, so we don't actually have to worry about bad water at all. Which makes the situation I have here greatly simplified. Okay. That should get the last bits of that out. Who else is complaining they don't have anything to do? You guys, okay. Okay. Now, I need to get a beaver down into there so I can go ahead and remove all of that scrap in the bottom. Make sure these are bots so we don't get what do you want to call it? Sick beavers we're marking down in there. Not that they're going to be able to go in for a little while anyway. Although that is sealed now, so that's a big plus. Next up, we need to get beavers over into this area, or rather bots over into that area, so that we can seal this thing. Okay. Let's demolish that dam. Okay, there's an underground passage that leads over to here. More directly. We'll just strip that out. Alright. Step 1. We need to open up the area around us a little bit so that we can start placing a cap on this. Due to the way this area is shaped, we can just box this in. We don't have to build a fancy cap on it. We can use the slightly simpler form of cap. Okay. That should get beavers up here to work on this. Strip those thorns out so I don't have to deal with them anymore. And then we'll put in another thing there so we can get up and deal with those thorns. Get that there so we can get up on this ledge. Order everything removed even if we don't have a path to it, because that way it'll be more obvious. Oh, this is actually going to be hard to cap because it's got the bad water dome right next to it. We're going to have to cap both of these together, I think. And that's going to be really annoying. Okay. Well. Yeah. Let me think about this. We got the dynamite all around it. Then we can't dynamite over here because this is in the way. So and we can't easily fill this in with dirt either because of those stupid rods. Well, that greatly complicates this whole procedure. Let's just not worry about that one for now. All right. Remove those. And then we need to dynamite all this out. And once that's dynamited, we'll worry about the next step. We need to remove these warehouses, which means they have to be emptied. Unfortunately, you can't empty them without, or you can't dynamite them without emptying them anymore. I do not want to demolish those slopes. They're going to be useful to me. All right. Let's go ahead and remove some of these outdated stairs that are no longer useful. Some thorns that were in the way and got messed. Alright. That should take care of that. Now, this rate of blow looks like it. Now, in here, we need to install contamination barrier all around. And then on top of the contamination barrier, we put in platform. And then on top of the platform, we put in levee. Alright. And I'm going to leave one levee here away so we can get into here and replace that. We'll put stairs there to get access. Okay. Then above the levee, I am going to go ahead and put in a dirt block or two. I think that'll work. Yeah, okay. They can reach those to construct from below, most of them anyway. Oh, wait. Wait, no. That's weird. Okay, anyway. We finished all that. Let's go ahead and cap this with another levee. And then we'll put in a platform and a couple of stairs to get us on top of this to fill that in. And that should cap this one permanently. It'll neatly dry up and it won't contaminate its surroundings. Or it shouldn't contaminate its surroundings. Okay, the contamination is disappearing slowly. Good. Why did I delete that stair? That's not the stair I wanted to delete. Okay, now they can reach those. They can't reach that one. Seriously? You can't reach that? Fine. I don't technically need to fill that in, but I want to, so... Alright, the tunnel down here, we can blow out that spiral staircase. Delete that path. And then I want to put those dirt blocks back in. And I should have put a dirt block there, but now that's unreachable, so we'll have to dig a tunnel if I want to actually get to it. Which, sure, let's do this properly. They can't get to those until later, but we'll deal with that when we deal with it. Let's seal that up. Okay. Let's kick that into higher priority so they go actually do that. Flooded building. Oh, those are still flooded, of course, because this isn't capped yet. Well, those are always going to be flooded then, because we're not going to be able to cap that for a while. Let's get some people up there and remove those thorns. Same over here. And then we can build them up on this ledge and they can start removing those ruins. How am I going to solve this problem? Oh, drought. Okay, well that helps. A little bit. Why don't we have any beavers working on that? They say it's reachable. Oh. Of course. They can't because it's not supported. Really? Alright, well, that'll work. Alright, this problem here. I think what we're going to have to do... Yeah, that can't be capped. Wow. Those are 3 blocks tall. That's a pretty massive problem. I don't want to build a giant 3-block tall structure in the bottom of my lake. But it looks like we're going to have to. Well, technically, if this is full enough of water, this can't seep. But, like, I don't want to trust a bad water seep at the bottom of my lake to not seep just because it's full of water. If it ever drains for any reason, then we got bad water and blah. It's going to be a mess. Alright, well, let's put in the scavenger flags first. Make sure they're all set to beavers. I guess I could remove the dome and cap them both the terrible way. How did you get stranded? What? Okay, I was gonna say, there's no way. He just unstranded himself. Guess we're gonna have to remove that. And then can I put in a... No, I can't. Well, that's fun. Well, we're going to have to get in a staircase to get down there. I don't really want to do that, because I'd really like to get the achievement for capping every single bad water source. But also, realistically, there's no way I'm going to go around and cap every single bad water source in this map. And no matter what I do, I'm going to have to put a moat around this anyway, so let's start planning that part out at least. Can at least leave the cap on it for a little while. Okay, that's sealed up. Seal those two up real quick. Yeah. Okay. Now, I gotta do something about these paths, too. I don't want to blow that right away. We'll blow it eventually, TM. Alright, got a little more scrap metal to go. I think we're going to put the drain right here. So let me think about this for a second. Okay. So throttling valve facing the drain. This is going to be the actual tile of water can pour down into. And then once they get rid of this ruin, we need to wait for them to remove all the ruins, but I'm going to fill this entire hole in here. But that's the next one that matters as far as... There we go. Then we go ahead and put impermeable floor on top of that. And then it's all done but sealing around everything except this hole. Set that to unlimited flow for now. In reality, how much water can flow out of here is going to be limited by how much the water source can take. But the throttling valve will be, if we want to set it to lower than that. Okay. There we go. Seal the place up entirely. Wait. What are you doing? They were specifically ordered. Damn it. Okay, that's got to go. Damn it. Total waste of resources, but oh well. I think the problem was that it matters where the one behind it's pointing, not where the one in front is pointing, maybe. Let's see if we can figure this out. Because the way I thought it worked is that this one's base is pointed toward this one, and therefore they would block, this one would be blocked by that one, but apparently not. Apparently it matters where the blocker's arrow is pointing, not where the blocked arrow is pointing. And if you point two arrows at each other, they don't block each other. Okay. But if this one's pointed that way and that one's pointed into it, they don't block each other either. Interesting. So is this the only case where they block each other? Where one is pointed into the other? That's impressively retarded. Because there's all kinds of use cases where you want to make a turn or something. And apparently you just can't. That's weird. Because if I was programming it, the way I would have done it is that whatever block the base of this arrow is pointed at is what controls it. So if you do like this, then this block here not being done would block this one. And that seems sensible. Because then they would build more or less the direction the arrows are pointing. And I could even kind of see it being done the opposite direction, where it's where the arrow is pointing from the previous block. But to have it only work when they're both pointing the same direction is not very good from a workability standpoint. That's extremely limiting. Okay, we need to get those emptied. They're both water, so hopefully that happens relatively quickly. All right. Let's go ahead and keep working our way across the bottom, removing thorns. Yeah, I don't know. It just really seems like not the way to do it. mean, I can understand why they did it the way they did it, as far as why there is a system that exists to block construction of previous ones at all. Because trying to write an algorithm that calculates how to not trap unreachable blocks is surprisingly difficult. There's all kinds of exciting edge cases you'd have to work around, and I have a mod for RimWorld. I don't remember what it's called anymore. Makes it so that RimWorld's construction system usually doesn't trap people. But note, I said usually. And also it RimWorld is 2D building, so that's a much simpler case. But the basic mechanics of this system, where they don't even try and they just give you through arrows that you can control. It would have been very simple to do block if there is a uncompleted construction to your whatever direction. Check. It's almost like they made the check more complicated than they had to for unknown reasons. Because you'd think it'd be harder to check to see if I'm facing a given direction and the nearby block is also facing a given direction, then it would be just to say unconditionally if I'm facing a given direction and there is an uncompleted block. Oh well. I highly doubt complaining about it is going to change anything, so let's go ahead and put in another stair over here to get them to that ledge. This should get them to there. We'll have to replace that with a curved stair to get to here then. Get them over there. This should get those removed. I don't think there's any reason to leave most of this behind anymore. So we can remove that and that. Okay. Oh. There's a thorn bush that got missed somehow. Put that over there. Get us up onto this ledge. We're getting a decent number of bushes removed. There's a little bit of ruin left there. Both those tanks are empty, so we can get rid of those. Okay. Games like these enjoy trapping and killing your people. Oh. Yeah. Core Fortress, oxygen not included. Some of those games have raised the art of trapping your citizenry to a high, very high standard. Far beyond what any of their competitors could ever reach. Okay. A stair right there should get us most of that removed, if not all of it. This over here is still a bit of an issue. Going back through and removing all these stairs is going to be... No, that's a terrible place for that. It looked like it might be good at first, and then I realized it wasn't going to be. Okay, that should get a lot of this. That'll get that over there. Okay. There's a bit that didn't get designated. Oh, I see. Connect that up for now. There's a couple that almost got missed. Let's go ahead and remove those. And then probably won't be able to reach that, but we'll see. Okay. Just wait a little bit. I hope they clean up some more of their mess around here. Let's get a road over to here. That might allow them to reach those. That should get us a couple more. Okay. There's one that didn't get designated. A couple more over here that didn't get designated. Okay, that's all almost cleared up. One last block. And then we can remove a couple stairs and get down to this level and clear that up. Okay. And then these thorns got to go as we pull back out of there. There's another bit that got missed. Just know I'm going to miss a thorn in here somewhere, and then we'll have a thorn stuck underneath our lake forever and ever, amen. Alright, looks like we're getting pretty close to getting it all cleared out, though. All the gunk along the old dam has been cleared up. Okay. Now, right here is level with the bottom. So this is probably where I want to put... Well, it's close to where I want to put the connection to the aqueduct. Yeah. And then I want to block the rest of this in. So we'll remove that crossing area there. And we'll put in a different bridge somewhere. Let's see, how wide is this? 7. Alright, let's remove some of this crud. Get those roads off the top of there. They don't serve any purpose anymore. Remove those spiral stairs. Okay. Now. Cancel that. Instead, dynamite those. Want to put a suspension bridge across there, and I want it to be even. Okay. Now, with the bridge built, we can remove the old bridge. And I can get to clearing this area up a little bit more. In particular, I want to seal this whole area in. Repair the damage. All right. Now, we're not going to have a waterfall or anything here. Okay, getting beavers up to some of these spots to build some of this is going to be interesting. I want to put a block right there, but to get a beaver there to build it, we're going to have to get them down on top of these blocks. Which is going to require stairs. Which is fine. We can build stairs over there. Actually, I've changed my mind slightly on this. Let's not fill that particular column in. We'll fill in one back from that. That'll work. Okay. You can build most of that from above, of course. I suppose if I really wanted to make this easy, I could just bomb this out from above and then build 2 dirt blocks there. That's going to be easier than using these stairs. Let's leave the stairs there for now. Dynamite goes there. Boom. Not that one yet. I want to put one in there too. Now see, that won't require stairs. Let's actually remove those. Because we can get in there on top of the dirt. Okay. Let's remove these stairs. Earlier I said we were going to have to. Now that time has arrived. Boom. Surprised it's not reachable. Alright. That can go. That can go. That can go for now. Need to put a curved staircase in there so they can get to that tree. In the meantime, over here, they can't reach those because apparently they can't walk over the aquifer. Alright. Was worried about that. Can't they reach that from below? I thought they could delete these standing one tile below them. Like trees they can't, but thorn bushes I thought they could. Or no, wait. Thorn bushes they can't delete from one block below. They can delete them from one block above. They have to be on the same level or one block above. But not below. That's right. Okay, clean that mess up a little bit. There's one that didn't get designated for removal. That's got to go there. Those will get removed as we pull back. That requires just a little bit of road to get them closer to here so they can remove those. Okay, those stairs can go now. That get us access to these tunnels so they can build that train block. Okay, there's some thorns over here that gotta go. These spiral stairs can be removed. And other different spiral stairs can go in their place. That platform can go. This tree can be removed. Okay. Now. There's a thorn that somehow escaped designation. Let's go ahead and fix his wagon. Alright. Let's get a beaver in over here. We need stairs there, stairs here. That's gonna need stairs. Actually, no, it probably won't. They should be able to stand here and delete that. This one, we're gonna need stairs for. Okay. I see. Okay. That'll get the last couple scrap metal out of there. And then with the last scrap metal removed, we can go ahead and finish blocking this in. All right. There's not a whole lot left to remove anymore. There's this hill over here, which is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Okay, that's not a bad start. How do we even get to this tree? I guess we'll have to come at it from below. It's a lot of work to reach a single tree, but oh well. Needs must and all that. There's one that got missed. That stair is useless. It can... yeah. It can go. We'll come at these other ones from above. Alright. Those have been dealt with. Boom. Okay. That'll be good enough. Not trying to seal everything after all. I'm not going to close all this. I'm just going to get rid of the underhangs and call it a day. So, I believe those are probably the last 2 blocks that go into here. No, one goes right in there. Okay, and that'll be that. And I'll probably end up putting one right there too, just for... because why not? That'll hide the last little bits of this interior. It'll be like it never existed. Alright, didn't I start putting stairs here? I don't think I did, actually. Well, I mean, obviously I didn't. But... alright. We'll put a platform there so they can get to that tree. We'll stick a platform over here so they can get to those thorns. Okay, this is going to be blocked off permanently. You know what? I'm going to remove this platform. And I'm just going to fill this little gap with dirt. If I ever change my mind on this topic, I can come back later and dynamite it out. Okay. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, or in this case, back at the front of the dam, I'm going to go ahead and fill this layer in. Like so. And the layer above it gets filled in pretty much the same way. Okay. I don't really want those bridges to be a permanent feature, I don't think. I'm going to put a throttling valve in right there. No, we'll put it right there. And then we'll put dirt like this. Fill that gap in. Okay. And then we'll fill this gap in like so. Okay, those spiral stairs are no longer needed. Those stairs are no longer needed. And then we'll fill that in like so. Okay. And that's as far as that's going to go. This is the hole in the dam, basically, that then leads out to this aqueduct. I'm going to go ahead and set this flow rate to, for now, 15th. Think it'll be good. It's a longer thing, so they'll have more evaporation loss over its length. But we'll see if it needs it. Let's just get this path straight across there now. That's filled in. And let's remove these bridges that I built, since they are no longer required. Those stairs are no longer useful. Okay. Are there any weird gaps in here that weren't filled properly? Nope. Hell yeah. Okay. I mean, there are some bits that aren't filled properly. But that's a matter of putting in a staircase and getting them over there so they can build it. Boom. Alright. Now, this is all done. Yep. Okay, so those stairs can go. Alright. And then here we have to put in a temporary spiral stair. So go up here and remove those thorns. Those thorns we were approaching from above. Put the stairs on those. These we were approaching from below. Let's put those in. We've got more stuff to remove over here. Okay. This here needs another stair as well. So that should take care of everything over there. This is already all cleaned up except for removing the stairs and stuff. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Now, this area would be nice to have cleaned. To do that, we're going to get them down in there with some stairs. And then we'll add a little bit of path to go out around this. Get them over here. Alright. I don't want to remove too much, because we do have to get in here to build the aquifer drills. Not entirely sure how I'm going to build those yet, as in, like, where I'm going to be running the power exactly. I think I'm going to dynamite shafts next to each of these, and then hook them all together using a underground setup of some kind. So we put the first one there, we put the second one here. This one can go there, and that one can go there. And then if I put a triple dynamite here, triple there. And give each of these a signal. We're going to want to go deeper than that, of course, but that's for future me. Oh, there's a tree that got missed. Thankfully, it should be fully reachable. Okay, these thorns are gone now. Yep. I'll leave that for a second. Get rid of these paths. There is an underground tunnel here still. Let's fill in the last of that. That'll do quite nicely, I think. Let's remove these stairs. So those extra paths. Okay. Oh, that's not reachable. Let's just fix that real quick. Alright. So how far below this is the power tunnel? Right here. So that is 1, 2... Okay, if we use double dynamites, we should be good. And then we'll need to use a single dynamite underneath this triple. So I think we're just gonna... two triples, I think we'll do it. For that one. Okay. So it looks like we'll have plenty of options for getting power over there. There's nothing directly above it. There's nothing directly below it. So this is a really good level to do this on. We could just extend this tunnel up this way and then over to here somewhere. And then run a smaller tunnel over there. So I think that's probably what we're going to do. Let's see. No, I don't want to make that 3 wide, damn it. Too wide is plenty. Okay. So this right here is going to be the hole for that. Okay, we're clear above, we're clear below. I know I already checked that, but it bears double checking. And then we'll just have a little dog leg in this and move over to there. Alright. Now. That gets us the crossings there so we can have roads going the different directions. And then here, we will need to have another crossing there. And then that won't need a crossing. Okay. That does mean... Yeah, I think this is good. Okay. Let's keep that road going. Okay, there's definitely nothing underneath that's going to cause problems. Nothing above. Okay, we're good. We are 100% good. Now, how deep do we need to blow this section? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I miscounted earlier. The important part, though, is that a triple is not going to be too deep. Yeah, no. Okay. So we can just put in a tunnel right there. But it'd be easier to put a single dynamite from above, so we're not going to do that. Okay, so there's nothing stopping us at this point from installing the vertical shafts. And there's plenty of solid reasons to do it now. I don't actually want a vertical shaft there. Boom. Okay, we need one more single dynamite here, indeed. Alright. Now, we also want impermeable floor on top of these vertical shafts. And then on top of the impermeable floor, we'll put standard power shafting. Actually, wait, this one does need another vertical shaft on top of it. That one I did indeed have correct the first time, okay. That one's fine. And that one's fine. And little watertight connections around our shafting. Okay, impermeable floor. And then a standard power shaft. Okay, beautiful. I want all of these to be turned off. Because we don't want to accidentally connect power to them and all of a sudden have water spewing everywhere. Not before we're ready to for it anyway. Okay. Just double checking that we don't have any weird interference issues. Now, we still have to worry about this seat and that dome. We do have a drought approaching. Okay, I need to blow these. Do we have all the work we need to do done at the bottom here? This one's still being worked on. That one's capped. That one's capped. Okay, so we've done everything we need to do down here pretty much. I'm going to remove those stairs. And then we're going to fill in a few blocks here. So this is the way it's supposed to be in the end. And then... Okay. Those stairs are no longer relevant to anything. These stairs are no longer useful. Those stairs can go as well. As can these. They never did remove that tree. Oops. Well, we can put a pair of stairs there and fix that problem. These stairs can go. No, they can't. Damn it. I just noticed another tree that got missed somehow. Delete that, please. Okay, these stairs can go, though. As can these. Those are good. That's all cleared out. Get rid of that path. Like, I do want some paths into the bottom here, so we're going to leave this one here alone for now, I think. Okay, that one can go. That path can go. Okay, we'll leave this path over here alone for now. That path can go. That path never was useful. Those stairs can go. No, they can't. Well, they're gonna have to now. Alright, we'll build different stairs from below here. That'll work. Alright. That path is no longer useful. That's sealed up, so this stair can go, and that path can go. That stair can go, that path can go. This path needs to be connected. Let's check on the tunnel. Okay. Got to them before they quite ran out of work to do. Okay, so these should all be waterproof. Yep, looks like it. Alright. So aside from needing to drain around this bad water seat, okay, next up, we need to put in contamination barrier around all of these. And then on top of the contamination barrier goes platform. And on top of the platform goes levees. Okay. And then to actually cap, we either need to build those platforms all the way up to water level, which is not going to happen, or we need to cap them. So actually I'm going to remove these two levees. I think. Let me think about this a little longer. If I remove this bad water dome, I need to build like that. Wait a second. No. Yeah. None of these are going to be useful for anything. So I can cover those two platforms right here, which would require one more tile of, well, two realistically, but one more tile of coverage. But then to cover that whole area, we could do this. So if I remove those two tiles and these two tiles, we can do it without too much trouble. Which actually means that I want to remove those as well. Remove you. I don't want to put a contamination barrier there after all. I want those two tiles to go back to being dirt. Here. That gets blown out. That gets blown out. That should be it, I think. These get refilled. Yeah, we don't have to finish this before the end of the drought. Although if we're close enough to the end of the drought, I might try to remove the bad water dome and cap this. In which case, we definitely want this to be closed, but oh well. I'll worry about that later. Okay. That can go in already. This one's going to be the extra long one, so it can't go in. Neither can those two. Oh. See you later, wormholer. Okay. Let's go ahead and put the contamination barrier in there. Platforms on top. Levees on top of that. I'm going to go ahead and fill in this corner because it's going to be a dead end now. Yeah. And we'll put a stair there, which we're going to need that stair there anyway to get them up top so they can build contamination barrier on top of the platforms when the time comes for that. Which it looks like it's going to happen very soon. Or not contamination barrier, impermeable floor. Okay, those get levees. What I do want to get done before the drought is I want the levees up. Because with the levees up, I can, I won't have to worry about the contamination barrier waiting for it to dry out later. Which is kind of an annoying process. Okay, I am going to dynamite out some space around this though, so that water from down here can flow over to the drain if I want it to later. So we don't have two separate low spots, we only have one big low spot. Alright, we might as well put impermeable floor up there. Get a little bit ahead of the curve. Why is there a levee over there? I must have misclicked at some point during the process. Alright. Okay, that's all sealed in. For certain variations of sealed in. We have 3.3 days left of the drought. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and delete the bad water dome. Alright. And then this is high priority to get done right away. Very, very high priority. Okay, how are things going in the tunnels? Oh. I saw the tops of the platforms here and I was like, oh no, what did I dig into? I thought I triple checked over and over to make sure I wasn't going to dig into anything. Yeah, I did triple check to make sure I wasn't going to dig into anything. And I didn't dig into anything, or at least nothing that I didn't intend to. That was the little tunnel I had put in so I could have the underpasses for the power under the walkways. Okay. So that's one thing that's nicer about the Iron Tooth Bad Tide covers. They're shorter, so you can build over top of them much more easily. Alright, now we just got to get a whole bunch of these impermeable floors built. And thankfully those are relatively fast and easy to build. They'll have that done in plenty of time, I'm sure. Okay, do not accidentally delete any of this. Let's remove some of this road. It's no longer terribly important. And I would kind of like to sculpt the bottom here a little bit more to blend in this big block of wood. Like we won't be hiding that block of wood anytime soon, but we can at least sculpt around a little bit. Okay, those stairs can go. And then we remove this road, being careful not to remove any levees by accident. Okay. Now, let's put in some temporary access to the top of that. And I do believe that we are as ready as we're going to get to fill this hole in. All right. Let's go ahead and remove some of these supports. All right. Vertical power shaft here, here, and here. Standard power shafting like that. Standard power shafting like that. Okay. Beautiful. It looks like current power draw is just barely less than demand, plus the demand we're going to add when we add all these drills. Alright. Now, one other little issue we might have is that once all those drills turn on, eventually they're going to want to overflow somewhere. Well, I don't want them overflowing over this edge. So we need to actually build a dam out here. I'm just not sure where I want to put it yet and how I want to shape it. I think I want to run it kind of along the edge here almost. Maybe back in just a little bit from the edge. So if we do... Here, let's remove some of these roads we don't need anymore. Like that one, it can go. That one can go. That one doesn't go anywhere. Okay. We can remove this whole approach. There's a lot of logs laying down here that I should probably go recover. But at the same time, we don't have a log shortage right now. And I don't have storage for them either, so I'm not going to bother. We'll just let them decay. Alright. I think I'm just going to... use some of this basis here as the root of the dam or whatever. And then instead of just having it as a wall, I think I might do that. Give it more of a bit of a slope on the front edge. So it looks more like a good old-fashioned gravity dam. And then, additionally, I want to blow the shit out of these bits that are sticking out the front too far. Yeah. I think that's the plan. Similarly, I kind of want to blow that out. Remove any lumps on the back of the dam as well. And then we can just run a path all the way across the top of it. And I can remove some of these roads. Okay. Let's go ahead and plant a few oaks over here in spots that I believe they should go into. We're going to have to put scaffolding in to get some of these bits and pieces. That's fine, I'm okay with this. Yeah. We got to remove some of these stairs and redo them. That's fine, nobody's using them anyway, because they can go up to the zip line. Okay. I don't want to remove the possibility of ever using those stairs though, so we're going to put in that. And then I think we're just going to put a bit right there. And connect that up. And then that'll go in like that. Okay. Beautiful. Meanwhile, this is all done. I need to hook all these up to an automation source of some sort. So obviously we don't want our dam being overtopped. So I want a depth sensor up here somewhere. I think I'm going to stick it right over here. Call it Mega Dam Top, and we'll set the threshold to 0.95. And then we're going to set all of these to be automated based on that sensor. Okay, now that it's no longer a drought, let's check to make sure this isn't going to do anything funny. Alright, it's not filling up the bottom there. Contamination's not spreading anywhere it shouldn't. It's completely full. And it's not leaking. Okay, great. No leaks at all. We still need to finish this. It's not quite done yet. Okay. Now, vertical, vertical, standard, boom. All right, more power hooked up. So this one's turning, that one's turning, this one's not turning yet, that one's not turning yet. Okay, as expected. Just got this last little bit of tunnel to blow out, and then we're good to go. Beautiful. Also, there's so many wasted planks just laying on the ground here because we don't have enough plank storage. I'm going to go ahead and build another plank storage specifically to deal with that. They're entering way over here. So let's put a plank storage right there. That should be built quickly because we have all the materials laying around. Okay. This is going to be a lovely little lake once it's full. Now, obviously, we need to okay, that can't be reached, which is unsurprising. I shouldn't have blown that other bit, because I could have reached it using that. Oh well. Okay, that one will be eventually reachable once I finish this section of the dam. This one will not be, so we will have to get to there using stuff. Let's just do that. That'll be the easiest way to get over there. Okay. How are the tunnels doing? Reasonably well. Okay, that can blow, which means this stair can go and be removed. That one's just needs a little finishing touch. All right. Let's remove the last bits of the paths down here. Got some beavers running around picking up debris now that they have more plank storage, I'm assuming. I'm assuming that's why they're doing it. So we'll let that set for a little bit. That can be blown. Move that road. All right. We are almost completely done with this project. Tunnels. We're almost done with this part of the project as well. Okay, they've got most of the debris cleaned up out of the tunnel. That's good. Not that it really matters all that much. Alright, let's go ahead and close the drain valve. We don't have any water flowing yet, but I will want that closed in a minute, and I might as well do it now while I'm thinking about it, so I don't suddenly realize that I'd forgotten something important in a few minutes from now. Okay. Over here, we'll go ahead and put in a temporary dam. I say temporary because I kind of want to do something else more interesting over there, but it's not a priority, so. Okay, get these paths out of the way. All right. This stair over here remains, it's going to be a permanent path to the bottom for future need, should such a thing arise. I am going to improve that road a little bit. We will have a little bit of path here on the bottom. I'm going to kind of do that so I can get beavers over this way if I need to. Okay. That path can go. And then we just go ahead and put in a little bit of... Oops, wrong thing. That path right there, and the dam will be done. Lovely. I think... Let's check the power tunnel. We're a couple pieces of shaft away from the grand opening of the new water reservoir. Not that I'm actually really intending this for storing water, but we can use it for that. It will hold 4 levels deep that can then run out this aqueduct. So there's no reason why I couldn't use it for water storage. I suppose it's... Yeah. Okay, I do still have this set to its, 0.15 flow rate. Is the power fully hooked up? Looks like it. That's turning, that's turning, that's turning, that's turning. Okay. Let's pause the game. Let's unpause the aquifer drills. The front dam's done. The rear dam's done. And I have the automation set up backwards, I think. Okay. Measurement less than. There we go. The first water has arrived. It's a lot of fresh new green, and it hasn't even started filling up properly yet. It probably won't be able to fill all the way this wet season. Okay, we don't have any leaks down here. That's good. I didn't expect there to be, but better safe than sorry. Oh, I didn't fill this one in. Well, we got plenty of time to deal with that. It's not going to get over there anytime soon. I kind of want to cap it off over here on this end. So let's put in a double floodgate. Yeah, we'll put a double floodgate in somewhere. I think I'm going to put it right there. And then we'll put dirt blocks there. We'll clear out this mess, then we'll dynamite out a little bit below the double floodgate. We'll close that completely because we don't want it leaking over there. Okay. It's one layer up. You can see it moving, but it's very slow. I'm not sure how many CMS one of these aquifer drill produce, but it's not splendid. They are a bit slow. Okay. We'll blast out a slightly larger pond there at the base of that. Emphasis on slightly. A little over halfway to the next level. And as I suspected, you won't be able to really tell that the cap is down underneath there once it's full. You can still see it at this depth, but when it gets 4 more blocks deep, it'll be probably hardly visible. Speaking of which, it's getting pretty close to starting to fill the next level. Hell yeah. Oh, and then this is running out over here too. It's running just like this one over here. It's running minimum water. But, oh, I should automate this one too. Let's see, it's this sensor. Yeah. When the sensor's on, we don't want it to flow at all, because this sensor detects droughts. So we don't want these to flow during a drought, because I don't want to slowly drain my reservoir. Although for this one, we probably could run it during a drought. It'd be kind of interesting. We'll see. Because this one's got a lot more water behind it than that one. Alright, that looks really cool. Okay. Oh, it's starting to fill the next level. I might need to hook more water sources into this somehow to get this whole thing filled. Because there's going to be a lot of evaporation on this because of how large it is. But probably not that much, because there's not that many narrow small passageways connected to it. I don't know. Let's dynamite that block out. That is reachable right now. Yeah, okay, good. Demand is lower than supply right now. Or demand is higher than supply, I mean. Which means we really need to hook another geothermal engine or two in. Thankfully, there's a couple of easy ones to do. Okay. That should get our power cranking along. Okay, now we have more supply than demand. Just like how things should be. All right. Now, there's another quite large shallow pool over here. I believe there is another water source drain here. Yep. There's a bunch of power available. There is not any bad water in the area except these two over here, which are very high throughput sources. So I think we're going to clear this area right over here next. At the moment, we have 4,000 logs in storage, and we don't need any more. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and bust a path in here, right through the wood. We're not going to bother trying to cut trees or anything. And then I'm going to put in that. And we're going to cap both of these. So, I mentioned this yesterday, but these two, between them, have something like 50 CMS of flow. According to, oh, what is this guy's name again? I don't remember his name. That's dumb. Anyway, there's a Timberborn YouTuber I watch sometimes who was doing a run of this map with Iron Teeth. So he was able to cap these and open them both up permanently, and was able to generate 13,000 something power on a single large water wheel from the flow from these two. It was kind of ridiculous. We could do something similar, although we wouldn't be able to have it year-round. Right now, I'm not terribly interested. We don't need it. Although it would be kind of cool. It looks like this is about ready to hit the next level. And here comes a drought to ruin our little fun. So it won't be until next drought that we fill this rest of the way for sure. Anyway, so let's get those capped just so they stop filling this area. And then I guess we can go in here and cap aquifers and have insane amounts of water in this area. We don't have the power to run them though. So that would actually be a good use case for turning these two into a power plant. Because that would definitely give me enough power to run these aquifer drills. And we don't need aquifer drill power when it's not nice weather anyway. So that is probably a future thing we will do eventually, is harness some water power. I'm not in any hurry to do it though. Not really a big priority. What should be a bit of a priority though is getting faster Beaver access over here. Not sure how close I want to build the... I think we'll put this over here. Yeah, we'll get a zipline connection over this way. Okay, that's the first one. We have so many out of fuel bots out here. Let's bump the priority on those so they get done sometime this year. Oh, I remember I said I was going to blow this out a little bit larger. Yeah, that'll be good. Give a slightly nicer pool at the base of that waterfall. We should fix this as well. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Bring the path in over here. Okay. And this side's also all busted up. Get that all fixed up nice. Okay. This water tank should have gone a long time ago, and it just didn't for one reason or another. So let's clean that up. Okay. I'm going to fill this hole in over here because we don't need to fill it with water or anything for irrigation. So it kind of serves no purpose anymore. As if it ever did. Go ahead and pretty that up a little bit. And then I'm going to dynamite that slightly larger over here. Do I want to put like a pond in here? I kind of do. Let me think about it. For now, we'll just bump that edge out a little bit. Yeah, I put a pond in here. It'll increase our irrigation a bit. In places that honestly don't matter. And in places where it does. Okay, that's all built. Yeah, that's surprisingly filled up. Well, it'll fill even more soon. Okay, this is all dried up. That's beautiful. Okay. I don't know if I want to mess with that right now, but I do kind of want to mess with this over here right now. Let's see. I should have put this one tile over this way more. Oh well. I don't know how we're going to get down here to fill that edge in more. Well, I can. Do that. And they'll be able to build it because it's on solid foundation on the other end. And then we clear out a little space over here. Let's clear out some of this mess. Oh, I need to put in the zipline station that we made space for. connect it. Okay. Pond. I think what we're going to do for a pond over here is I'm just going to dynamite out everything. Over here. Like that. Okay, and then here on the edges, I'm going to put in some single dynamites to help make it seem a little more natural. And that'll be that. All right. Now, I'm going to want this whole area around here to be just absolutely, completely loaded with trees. Random trees. I don't really care if they're trees that I am interested in or not, just trees. Okay. Everywhere that I don't want something else is going to get a tree. Or maybe a bush. How much water storage do I have? One singular large tank. Plus this water tower, which... Okay, I'm not too worried about water storage then. All right. Yeah, I think it's time we started improving the beaver areas. Want to blow that down slightly. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with that. I might send some beavers in to cut a tunnel underneath this. So this bit over here gets irrigated as well. The alternative to that would be to blow a larger area over here. Which I wouldn't entirely mind doing. I could blow this pond out larger. We'll see. Okay. It's gonna suck a lot of water out of the water tower, but that's fine. I want to put in a forester up here. Probably temporary. Let's blow that corner off too, I think. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in a small drawbridge. Double-sided, because that looks better than the other alternative. Boom. Alright. Plant trees and bushes. Let's put a couple chestnuts there. A couple of oaks here. I'm not planning this completely full, and that is deliberate, because I want the trees to spread on their own. I'm gonna have to scatter foresters and stuff around. Okay. Now, do I have all of the woodcutting orders removed in here? There's one that escaped. Looks like most of them. I haven't quite decided what I want to do with this cave yet. Wait. Is this one actually leaking? The other ones aren't. Oh, I know what the problem is, I bet. It's the undercut in here. Interesting. That makes sense, I guess. Okay, so what's happening here? You can see it's contaminating down here. But I have it surrounded by contamination barrier, the same way as I did all the rest of them. Yes, I do. The thing is, the contamination barrier only blocks spread outward on this level. On levels below, that works. Over here, where there's a contiguous group of solid blocks all the way down, but over here, where there's no solid blocks underneath it, the contamination spreads. So what I need to do to fix that is we need to make sure there's solid blocks underneath those contamination barriers all the way to the bottom level that I want protected. Okay. I think that'll give us access to there, but we'll see. That's an interesting mechanical wrinkle that I had not considered. Okay. This doesn't quite cover everything. This one covers some of that. This one covers a little bit of here, but not everything. Let's put another forester over here to cover all of this. And I think, honestly, if I just turn this forester, it'll cover most of the bits that the other one doesn't reach already. So this forester is the only one who's going to stay here permanently, and honestly, he doesn't even need to do that. There's a spot that should have a pine and doesn't for some reason. I am a little bit surprised that these maples haven't spread back into here. You'd think they would. Alright. Additionally, I would kind of like to get some trees out here in the middle of the lake. These guys don't have any water trees or anything, really? No? Okay. Let's drop a couple of random ass blueberry bushes here in the woods. And maybe a dandelion or two. Yeah. No, I don't want pure... I'll plant a few birches out on the island. And a couple of blueberry bushes. And a dandelion or two. And a maple, just for variety. And then whoever decides to spread onto that tile can have it. Alright, of course after the stuff's been planted, we'll clear the planting area. So they are wild plants, quote and quote. Maybe that's why they don't... I'm pretty sure the planted trees do spread, though. Anyway, the real reason I'm deleting those plant markers is because I don't want it to look like they were spottily planted. When they start spreading, I want them to actually... Okay. Yeah, that'll get those last two over there. Okay, good. You've planted everything I ordered you to? Yes, okay, good. You're fired. Get out of here. Okay, that reserve stockpile isn't empty yet. Let's remove that road. Okay. They have completed all the repairs to this, except this, which I've decided not to repair. So we can remove this scaffolding. Boom. Boom, put in that bit of road. Mix that up nicely. Okay. Now, let's put a couple more birch down there by the water. Maybe an oak or two as well. Scatter some bushes around. Okay. Now, birch over here. Maple, chestnut, an oak or two. All right. That is everything you can reach has been planted. So, congratulations, you're fired. Now, this guy can't reach very much, honestly. There's a bit over here that's unreachable. That guy's reached everything he can reach. Okay. That's almost all done. That reserve warehouse can go. That'll increase the area we can reach a little bit. Splendorifus. Okay. Now. That'll reach a couple areas we weren't able to reach before. And we'll put one over here as well. Get rid of this reserve pile. Get rid of that reserve warehouse. Okay. There's some over here we can't get to yet. And some in here we can't get to yet. That's everything you can reach. Built. Okay, go away. I need somebody over here that I can get to these areas. So we're going to put in some temporary platforms. Because I think if I put one out here on top of these platforms, yeah, he'll be able to reach the majority of the areas that are left. A couple platforms here should get the rest of them. Yep. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, so that one's done with its job. Those are all planted. That's planted. Alright, it's going to take a while for this stuff to grow in. And then we'll see how long it takes for any of it to spread usefully. I think this one's done. Yep. Alright, are there any left? I don't see any ghost trees, so that means you can go as well. Yeah, splendid. Okay, this one's over here to replant any pines that may suffer a misadventure, and this one's over here to do the same with any maples. Either of which should be an actual issue. Alright, so that'll beautify that area considerably once it finishes. Meanwhile, now that it's no longer dry, how are things going over here? It's getting close to flowing to the next level. Okay. I think it's high time we started considering new beaver housing. So how many beaver houses do we actually have right now? 5, I think. We have this one, this one, and these two. Each of them is a triple lodge, which holds 9 beavers. We have 14 unemployed beavers at the moment, so we really only need to build 4 new lodges. Where do I want to put the new beaver metropolis? You know, we could put their housing over here on this island. That might look kind of cool. And there's no real reason to use triple lodges for the tiny amount of beavers we are going to have. Well, there is kind of a reason. And that is so that we can have better coverage of decorative without having to build a ton of them. But, like, that's not really a problem. We only really need to house about 30 beavers. And really not even that many if I give a few more jobs over to bots. For example, water pumping is a bot job now. I'm not sure why we still had beavers doing that even. Farming is probably going to be a bot job once we move our farms up on top of the cliff. So I'm not even really sure what I even want beavers to continue to work on. Probably not a whole lot. So let's build ourselves a lovely little beaver community somewhere. Probably not using mini lodges. They're a little bit too small. Okay. But we can put in single family dwellings. Alright, decoration. By a 2x2 roof. Boom. Okay. Put a little weather vane over there since we don't have a building to put it on top of, really. A beaver statue over here. Yeah, you can have a hammock there beside your door. A beaver bulletin pole can go over there. We'll put a hedge across the front of his house here. Pretty sure the hedge and fence are purely decorative, as in they don't provide any bonuses in their area. Okay. Then a lantern can go right over here. All right. So I don't actually want anyone to live in that lodge yet. We'll put a forester over here because I do want to plant trees around the house. We'll put a couple of birches around here. A couple of blueberries close to the house itself. Put a nice chestnut tree over there. And an oak over here. Okay. Row of maples. An oak. A couple of birches over there. Another oak over there. Put in a dandelion or two. Okay. So that's one house. I think we'll put a double lodge over here. And then obviously stairs up to it. Boom. Get a hammock right there. We'll worry about decorating that a little more in a bit. Yeah. So then what I'm going to do is once these are built, I'm going to pause one of these houses. They all move over there. Matter of fact, let's do that right now. So we have a few unhoused beavers. But then as soon as these houses are built, they will become rehoused. Okay. I'm going to pause that one too. Okay, we have 5 unhoused beavers now. Do I want to jam a mini lodge in anywhere? No. They're too small. Okay, these piles have been emptied. I still don't have a good storage for treated planks. That log storage should be emptied. We need to remove this remaining industrial area up there, but it's not a huge priority at the moment. It's kind of a nice to have anything. Okay. So do you have the public message need satisfied? No, you don't. Okay. So what I want to see is... Yeah, it rises slowly while he's within range. Okay. So we're really going to want to cover lots of area with these. Not just areas that they happen to walk next to necessarily. Areas they hang out next to is a big one that got to be covered. So we really need to cover their houses. Alright. This forester can go for now. Okay. Now, this house... This house is going to have a nice fence out front. He's going to have a fenced-in yard. Okay. I'll probably want to house most of them in larger houses. So I think we'll put in a pair of triple lodges. Oh, I don't know, like over here. Because with a pair of triple lodges, then we can get much better handling of things like entertainment. Because I'm going to put a pair, or at least one, roof terrace up here. I think we'll put one roof terrace on. And then, let's see, a triple platform, 2 singles, and what do I want to put over here? We'll put a tooth grindstone back there because it's got to go someplace. Actually, no, I don't want to put that there. I'll decide where I want to put it later. Medical beds. We might put in a couple medical beds here. Can I put a detailer underneath? No. Okay, that's good to know. Can I put it? Where'd be a good place to check this? Well, I guess I can just drop it somewhere and check it that way. I want to see if I can put it underneath a overhang. No, I can't. Okay, so those can't go there. They'll have to go someplace more visible. Okay, we do need to put a campfire somewhere. I think we'll put it... We'll decide later. Contemplation spot. We can put that like in the woods somewhere. Be cool places for it. And we can just add beaver showers wherever in the hell we feel like putting them. Okay, yeah. We'll put our medical beds here, I think. We don't really need medical beds because we're going to try to make sure that beavers don't do anything that can cause injury. But also it's just easier to put a couple in there somewhere. And then we put platforms on top of that. And that gives us a 3x3 surface. And I want to use the 3x3 surface to put up a bit of a roof. Can I... Let me try something. I can. Okay, that's what we're going to do then. I want a 3x4 surface, actually. So we're going to put the rooftop terrace partially underneath a overhang. And then we'll do that. And then up here, we'll put up a weather vane that covers both of those buildings. And on this end, we'll put a beaver statue that covers both of those buildings. And then in between the two, we'll put up a bit of roof. Like that. Now, of course, to get up there and to build all this, we're going to have some scaffolding. That's not really an issue. We'll just jam some scaffolding on and deal with it later. We have beaver statue. I'm going to pause so they don't accidentally block themselves in by building it. The same with these two roof pieces. Okay. And then we're going to need the equivalent of housing for 9 more beavers after this is all done. So we'll scatter around a couple more single family dwellings over here probably. And that'll be all of the beaver housing we need. Okay, those 2 are both built. Let's go ahead and pause another. Oh, wait, there's another one I missed. I didn't see. Okay, we'll pause that one. We'll pause this one too. Okay. So we need 2 more. At least. I think that's it. Just 2 more. All right. Now, what all decorative bullshit do we have that I want to put in here? The bulletin pole, I want to put one so we can cover both of those buildings. So we'll put it like right across the road right where that scaffolding is now. Actually, that's not scaffolding, that's permanent. We can put it right there and gain coverage of both of them. We can do like that. That'll work. And then we can put in... Oh... Put that there. And then something over here, I'm not sure what yet. Got a variety of well-being options that I haven't built yet. Put a contemplation spot over there. Okay, you can be unpaused. Get that built. So ironically, these smaller houses that are farther away from everything are going to be less covered in awesomeness than the nearby ones. We'll worry about that later, though. Oh yeah, lanterns. We'll put 2 like that. I don't really want to block. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, and shrubs, of course. What do you want? I'm going to put 2 shrubs down either side of the house here. And 1 in there. Okay, you can have a shrub in your backyard. You can have a shrub in your backyard. Sure, whatever. Okay, actually... Okay. That's an idea. We'll have to build some scaffolding out here to get up there, but that's fine. We'll put a beaver statue on a pedestal, on top of a pedestal in the lake, which will cover his statuary needs. And you can have a beaver statue there to cover your statuary needs. Okay, that can be unpaused. Let's see. That'll work. Let's see, what else do we have? Scarecrows nobody's covered with yet. But like, really not sure what to do with these. I guess we'll put one back here in the backyard. Cover those. And then you can get your own backyard scarecrow. And sure, whatever, who cares? You can have your own backyard scarecrow as well. Alright, let's unpause that beaver statue there. Okay, what are these not covered with? Everybody's got a shrub. You don't have a lantern. And I can't easily give you one either. I'll stick one there beside your hammock. That's fine. Everybody's got a lantern. Everybody's got a shrub. Everybody's got a scarecrow. Everybody has a weather vane. Well, you've got a weather vane. You've got a weather vane. You don't have a weather vane. We could put a weather vane up there somewhere. And that would cover him nicely. It's kind of a dumb place for it, though. Let's give him a weather vane in the backyard over there. Okay, everybody's got a beaver statue. Bulletin board, no. They're not covered by a bulletin board. Okay. So I can't give you one easily. I have to move in one tile. So let's actually remove his hedge right here. So I can get a bulletin board in there. And then what's his face here? Needs a bulletin board. He can lose his fence here to get a bulletin board. Okay. Benches are not a requirement. Neither are hammocks, or hedges, or a wood fence, or anything else for that matter. So, I think that is going to be everything they need decoration-wise. Let's check. Aesthetics is completely full on this dude. Okay, awesome. Fun, of course, is not nearly full. Social life, not full. Nutrition, nowhere close to full. Everybody's still eating potatoes for everything. Alright, we can go ahead and remove the scaffolding to get to the roof. Because the roof work is done. Scaffolding to get over there can be removed. Scaffolding to get over here can be removed. Alright. Now, entertainment for the beavers. We need one of these thingies. I think we're going to put it right there too. Okay. And then a couple of too high. Boom. Ooh, that worked out perfectly, actually. Okay, we already have a herbalist somewhere. I'm going to remove... Okay, I don't want that storage there. I need to do something about this treated plank pile. I don't really have a good use for it. Or a good place to put it, I should say. Let's empty that storage of scrap metal. We don't need scrap metal stored over there. I really should have bombed out a place to put a treated planks thing back in here, but I didn't, so... It's not really too late now or anything like that, but I would have to do something about it. Let's just put a small, large storage over here. Okay, treated planks. And then you get emptied. Please prioritize by haulers. Get that shit out of there. Alright. We still need a couple of beaver housing. We could use triple lodges. I don't think I'm going to. I'd kind of rather use smaller lodges. I really should put in a zipline thingy over here to get them to and from work faster. Although, honestly, most of the beavers don't work, so it's not that big of a deal. It definitely wouldn't hurt anything to have a zipline station here, though. So we'll put one in. And then, where am I going to hook it to? I think I'm going to remove that path and hook it to there. And then your second path can go back over there. And that'll make the path to get up to the upper level here even more inefficient than it was before, but if that is even somehow possible. I'm going to remove that road. Okay. That can go. that can go. Okay. Actually, I have changed my mind very slightly on how I want this to be pathed. We'll go ahead and put in a little bridge across that. I'd rather bridge it from both sides, but that's not really going to be reasonable with the way this is laid out. Although I could remove these stairs, actually. They no longer serve a useful purpose. I do actually kind of want them gone. Okay. There we go. Gonna bomb that out so we can get back in here more easily for the future. Okay. This levee can go. It no longer ever did serve a purpose. It was not incredibly important. I believe it was put there so I could reach something back when platforms were too expensive to use for such trivial purposes. Of course, that hasn't been the case for a very great deal of time at this point. All right. Let's just trim off paths we don't need anymore. Get rid of those stumps. Okay, blow that so they get back in there. They can't reach that tree. I'll decide what to do with it later. Let's straighten this path a little bit. Not that it actually matters to anybody or anything. Okay. Now, housing. We have two beaver lodges over here currently. That's 18 beavers. We have 17 unemployed beavers. Well, you know what that means. Sorry, you're getting evicted. No, I'm not building you a house. Suck it up. All right. Those hospital beds can go. We've got other ones elsewhere now. Okay, there is no more beaver housing in this area. Okay. That cleaned up quite nicely. Oh, they can finally reach those thorns. That's good. Now, let's check everybody's well-being. They're doing really well on aesthetics, okay. Except for the unhoused beavers, but they're going to go away eventually. Now, monuments. Let's build this cheap crap one somewhere where it covers everybody. Which we could put it right over there. And I'm inclined to actually go ahead and build the monuments up on top of this, or at least some of them. Boom. Full beaver coverage. Now we have to get a path out there so they can actually... Okay. That'll work. Well, there's a birch that did not get murdered. Let's take care of that real quick. Okay. Brazier of bonding. That is a much larger radius, which is convenient. We can put that right over here. And I think I'm going to bomb out a bit of area around it. Over here. We don't really need this hill. I might just remove the entire thing, but if I did that, I would likely still have to irrigate the middle. You know what? Screw it. Let's get rid of this whole hill. I do not care about it. The whole thing can go away.
Wow.
Oh, you know what? That is missing one lodge.
Wow.
I should have moved it over. Even if I moved over one tile, I wouldn't hit that lodge. Okay. Well, let's build another one. It's relatively cheap. We can afford to do that.
Wow.
There. And actually, I have decided I don't like where those are placed. Either of them. So I'm going to remove them both. And you can't stop me. Okay. So what we're going to do with these is we're going to place them like this. All right. That'll do it. That definitely covers everybody. What other monuments do we have? Fountain of Joy. That's a 20 tile radius. So we can put that like way the hell over here. Which, oh, hey, that's great. We can put the fountain over here where we're going to have a non-irrigated spot, and then we can get water over there. That seems like a fine idea to me. Requires access to water, so we're going to have to sink this into the water at least one tile, I think. And then, of course, the earth recultivator is within 40 tiles, so we can put that pretty much anywhere in here we want and cover everybody. I'll probably stick it over here near the middle and get complete coverage of the entire basin. Also, that's going to take a while to build and take a ton of resources. We'll worry about that later. Alright, this can be blown up. Actually, there is a very not much space that requires irrigation yet. Okay. That's nice, I suppose. Oh, there is a little bit of goop there, isn't there? Okay. Yeah. That's fine. You don't need to worry about that. Alright. Fountain of Joy is... looks like 5x5. Where exactly do I want it? Really anywhere out here. Okay. That'll be good enough. And then I'm going to actually extend the edges a little bit. Like that. Let's remove those stairs. Let's remove the paths we don't need. I don't think I'm going to run roads out there to the fountain. What I will be running out there, however, is water. And I think we're going to do it via underground passage. Which should be easy enough. We can just tie it into some existing passages. Alright. Tunnels. And then from there, we just hook a tunnel to that. And somewhere over here, we put in a levee. Sure, that'll be fine. Then we just remove that levee and boom, we're done. That's the theory anyway. We'll have to get over here and put that levee in first though. For now, we'll just let them place all the explosives and then we'll worry about that later. I am going to go ahead and put a hedge around the base of this, because it looks cool. And then some benches over here, benches over there, and that's not going to work. Yeah, all of those will be off by one, so we're not going to do that. I think we're going to put our big meeting area over here. But I'll have to obviously remove some power lines for that. What are we even still doing over here? Okay, we're powering this aquifer drill, which is somewhat important, I guess. But I can power that from other things. For starters, I can just put a couple windmills and a gravity battery up around here anywhere. Did I top this with a standard power shaft or vertical? A standard, okay. Alright, let's remove all of these thorns over here so I can start considering changes to the power network for that. Alright. Now, let's put some temporary stairs in here so we can get down in and start working on stuff. Temporary path as well. The monument that goes here. Is only 3x3 at its actual base. So I might blow away some more of this. That seems like a good idea, actually. Okay. That'd be pretty cool, I think. The well-being score is, somewhat unsurprisingly, skyrocketing. We gotta put in decorative trees and stuff around this yet. I'll worry about that in a bit. I'm going to have to get some path over here. Boom. Okay, they can't reach that levee. That's great. Oh, I put in double dynamites here. I only need single dynamites. It doesn't matter. We can't blow any deeper than that anyway. But it's kind of dumb. Alright, let's remove that levee. Let's demolish all this crud. No path required. Get rid of the last of the supports down here that we won't need. Flooded buildings. Oh, it overflowed a little bit. That should be strictly temporary. It's just wave action from water rushing in. Okay. Remove those stairs. Dynamite. Remove these stairs. Remove those. Ooh, do not do that. I clicked through and accidentally clicked a building instead of the path I was trying to click on. Alright. Boom. Monuments, Fountain of Joy. It is unreachable, which is not surprising. We'll have to build some platforms to get out there, which is fine. I was planning on that. Okay. Now, before we can continue what I was planning to do out here, we will have to remove the no, let's not do that after all. Because that's, I was thinking about how I was going to run the roads out there to make this work, and I realized I don't really want to run the roads out there to make that work. So let's do this instead. Okay, this is going to get trees and stuff all around it eventually. All of this is going to. What other well-being items do we need? Carousel, which does require power. 400 whole horsepower. But that's fine. We have plenty of power over here. We just need to get it into position. Which will be easy enough to do. I could just plop this on the ground really anywhere. And it'll be fine. Yeah, let me think about it for a bit. Because I might actually want it right where the campfire is, and then move the campfire someplace else. Where someplace else is, I'm not entirely sure, but it's kind of tempting. Okay, the fountain's almost done. Cool. It's fully functional. Alright, let's remove the stairs and stuff that gave access down there. Well-being is skyrocketing. Okay. So what do we have left for monuments even? I think we just have the earth recultivator. Yeah. We're just going to go over here somewhere, I think. I haven't decided where exactly. But like that would be the best, most central location. Obviously, it could go anywhere down here and cover all the housing, which is all that matters, really. I could put it over the top of this. Like, this is pretty large, but I could build up. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. How large is this thing exactly? 7 by 7, okay. So let's build a 7 by 7 platform. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven. Okay. And then I'm going to modify the river around here a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put that over there. Delete you. And then we're going to kick the edge of the river out here a little farther, so that I can block up the inner edge a little bit. Okay. Now let's remove those stairs. Remove that path. Blocks there. Earth recultivator. We're going to have to face that way, I believe. So that I can get... Okay. This is going to take a long time to build. And I think we're going to staff it with bots. Now, what else do we have? A bunch of things in the well-being category. A mud pit, which... Okay, sure. Let's stuff this back over here with the amenities. Okay, let's extend that path over there. And then we'll put the carousel right over here. Like that. Oh, does this require second floor access? It does, okay. Well, that's easy enough to fix. Okay. Lovely. Mark that high priority. Mark that high priority. Let's go mark the earth recultivator low priority. So they'll work on building other things first. Okay. Other well-being things include the mud pit, which we're going to stick over here. The detailers, which I'm going to put over there. I'm going to change the route of this road a little bit. We'll go with each of the 4 default designs available for beavers. And what else do we have for well-being? Dance hall, I think, is the last thing left. That's a fairly sizable one. We can stick that over here. Or, and this would be kind of a funny place to put it, we could have a dance hall out here in a cave. You know what? I think we're going to do that. We're going to put the dance hall here in the cave. How large of a building is it? Looks like 5 by 5. Okay. And we're going to have it over top of a lake in a cave, actually. Let's shift it back 1 tile. Okay. And then we use 2 tile bridges to get over there. Beautiful. Now, add a little bit of decoration. No particular reason other than that I can. And I think that'll about cover it. Alright. Where are our lazy-ass construction robots, and what are they doing? Oh, I set it to low priority workplace instead of low priority construction site. Well, that explains what they were doing. Alright, so while all that's being taken care of, let's get some forester action going here. Let's just absolutely plaster the area with trees. Birch trees. Let's put a double row of birches right there like that. Because after all, nobody says we have to make it look completely natural. A few scattered, obviously decorative trees here and there. I don't really have much in the way of pines around. I deliberately left the pines out over there because I had a pine forest. I'm not sure if I want to mix pines in with these or not. I think I do. We'll scatter some pines around. Everybody likes pine. Okay. And then perhaps a few dandelions. And some blueberries. Just a solid overall mix of random shit. Okay, not quite all of that is covered, but if I put another one over here, that should cover most of the rest of it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I need wheat for the mud pit. Really, that's a weird ingredient. Well, the mud pit's not going to be completed for a while then. Okay. Campfire, rooftop terrace, contemplation spot, dance hall obviously isn't covered yet. Detailer, mud pit, books. I need to make a printing press. That's right. I do have a printing press, or paper mill. I need to actually build a printing press. There's a hole over here we should fill. Okay, dance halls, waiting on treated planks, it looks like. Unsurprisingly, we consumed pretty much all of the ones we had building the recultivator. Let's bump the priority on that a little more. Okay. We're going to need a warehouse for books somewhere. Let's use a small warehouse. And we'll put it... Oh... Let's put it right over here beside this bench. Give it a little roof of its own. Okay, you store books. And then we put a printing press over there. Hook it up to power. Boom. Pause that while they build the power shafting. So nobody gets stuck. And then you get set to make books and use bots to do it. Alright. We have plenty of paper around, so that shouldn't be an issue. Our beaver population is quite low. We have room for 30 beavers, I believe. Something like that. No, we have room for 28 beavers. There are 2 unoccupied beaver jobs. Okay, let's go hunt down beaver jobs that don't need to be beaver jobs. Congratulations, tappers. You've been replaced by bots. All of you. Okay. Now we've got 1 unemployed beaver, but that's fine. We're probably going to want a few more unemployed beavers eventually. That or a low stakes, unimportant beaver job that is only filled when there's one available. Okay. So over here where the housing used to be, I think we're going to put the needs warehousing. So the grilled potatoes, all the other foods, we're going to have medium warehouses full for their needs. The water tank will be not too far away from there. We'll put another one probably closer. Stuff like that. Oh, you should be set to obtain prioritized by haulers, just in case I add more book storage elsewhere. Alright. Now, it looks like these guys are all done planting, so let's remove those. And then let's unset for planting. So all this stuff can just grow on its own. Well, there's some stuff over there that was unreachable apparently. Okay. Where can I put a forester that'll be able to reach all that? I guess I could stick it back here and destroy a hole in his, poke a hole in his back fence. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah, that'll cover all that. Okay. Detailers are available. Now. I think mud pit, which requires stuff we don't have. Dance hall's available. Food is what we're lacking. Yeah, it looks like earthwork cultivator, mud pit, and food is all we need to build yet. Alright. Well, it's food processing time then. Also, let's go ahead and set this to default workers as bots. We have this lovely, gigantic area up here that is intended for farming. Let's clean up that mess. I want to cap that bad water source so it stops destroying a whole bunch of perfectly viable area over here. And then we should probably cap the one over here as well. These don't use up anything that I'm particularly short on, so... Okay. Beautiful. We are actually short on metal blocks, but that won't last forever, so. Now, food. We need a bunch of things. Oh. Yeah, I was going to work on changing the power source for this too, but looks like that's not going to happen right away. Alright, food. Oh, hello. There's a bad water seep underneath here I didn't know about. it's not really a problem, per se. Yeah, we'll leave it alone. Okay. Food. We need a farmhouse to grow carrots, I think. Oh, I set all this up to trickle water down this slope, and then I never actually got it running. I completely forgot about it. Well. I guess there's nothing saying we can't get it running now. Okay. So now we got a nice little waterfall right there that is not important to anything other than looks. This is such a nice use of these throttling valves. And because the waterfalls look more or less the same between a tiny, tiny flow and a moderate flow, you can just set them to really tiny flows, and then it's basically inconsequential drain on a larger body of water. Okay, now plant crops, carrot. Boom. Boom. How much ground do you cover? Everything we could ever need to cover and then some. Okay. Let's remove that path. We don't need that. It serves no purpose anymore. We don't need a ton of carrots. We're not supplying the whole Beaver civilization purely on carrot or anything like that. They're just for what do I call it? They're just to give the bonus of having that food being eaten. Okay, but I just had a really unhappy thought. I don't think you can plant underwater plants in full depth water. I think they need to be only partially submerged. But I guess we'll find out in a second. Oh, that's going to be unlocked for bots. Done it in full depth, that was a long time ago? Okay. Good. I must have been remembering wrong then. Which in this particular case, I will very happily remember wrong. Let's strip that out. So I can get another couple aquatic farmhouses in here. That's not really that huge of a reach. Oh well. What we've got. And then across from the spatter dock. Okay, it does look like they're growing perfectly fine in full depth water. Okay, good. I'm glad that's not right. Cattail, you can go over there. Wheat. I'm not sure where I want to plant that yet. We'll think about it. Okay. We need to put storages for these somewhere. Okay. Now, you will be cattail root, and you will be spatterdock. Now, yeah, we've got way more farming area up here than we'll ever need in a bazillion years. Let's demolish that section of road. Okay. Is this capped? It will be in a second. Boom. All right. What's underneath here? Oh, that. Okay, we definitely do not want to flood this then. We could cap this off and then flood it. Yeah, okay. We'd have to get some beavers over there, but that's fine. We can do that easily enough. Actually, that's not an optimal position to do that in. We'll do it over here so they can get over to that. Alright. Then we can delete this bit of dam, delete that bit of dam, let this whole area flood. Delete that bit of dam. If I want to flood this area. Not terribly important right now. Okay. We are at 420 treated planks out of 2,000 that we're going to need eventually. Okay. Progress is being made on that. How are things going over here? Okay. We're definitely getting some spreading because there's a baby chestnut. Baby maple. Let's remove that reserve pile. Straighten the road out a little. Okay, so stuff in here is definitely spreading the way it's supposed to. Some stuff died over here because of the stupid bad tide, but whatever. I wonder what would happen if I put a contamination barrier right underneath those. Would that actually stop anything? Probably not. But it's worth a try to find out. It's not like it cost me anything. I mean, it cost me a little bit, but It not cost me anything important. There we go. And if it does work, that's an interesting discovery. And I can definitely use that. I'm pretty sure it's not going to work, though. It is working. Hell yeah. That's huge, actually. I don't think it's fully working. But it's at least partially working. And that's great. Okay. Well, this area is no longer contaminated, so that means stuff can nicely spread in there and won't have any problems even when there's bad tides. This area, I don't really care about the bad tides there because it doesn't... it only affects the bottom of the river, really. There's nothing else there that matters. I don't think there's any place else where we have bad tide drains next to the walls. Yeah, anyway. Okay, that needs like 40 more metal blocks, which is a few. Let's get rid of that relic. I'd kind of like to get hook up to that geothermal field, but it honestly really doesn't matter. Okay, so we're going to have cattail roots and spatterdock we're going to have to do something with soon. We definitely don't need two things making grilled potatoes anymore. So let's get another one making grilled spatterdock once that becomes a thing. I'm going to plant a whole bunch of chestnuts over here because we need a source of grilled chestnuts. Let's put a forester... Let's stick him back here. And then we can take a couple of gather flags. Probably just one and put it there. And then we're going to plant this entire area 2 chestnut trees. Which is way more chestnuts than any reasonable beaver could ever need, but also not like anything better to do with it. All right. I remember not that long ago, at least it doesn't seem like that long ago, there were only 3 kinds of trees. There were birch, there was pine, and I believe it was either oak. I think it was oak. But birch trees gave you food. You get birch twigs from them, and beavers could eat birch twigs. Pines were your general source of logs, your fast source of logs. And then the other tree, which I'm pretty sure was oak, gave you your slow but high production. Oak, pine, maple, or what you remember? That actually, I think you're right. It was maple. And I can't remember if they were 6 or 8 logs back then. Or not oak, pine, maple. Birch, pine, maple. Anyway, it was one of those. It was either I'm pretty sure it wasn't chestnut back then. Maple sounds right for a variety of reasons, but it could have been oak. And then eventually they added chestnuts, but I think they were faction specific back then already, because you could gather. They did it. They added pine tapping after a while, and then I think it was they changed the tree to chestnut for the folktales, and you could gather chestnuts from them, I think. And birch stopped being a food sometime around then as well, and became the emergency I need logs yesterday tree. Anyway, the game was much simpler back in the early days. Without the 3D water and stuff like that, it was still a fun game, but it was a lot more boring. I much prefer the modern game. We're gonna need to have mills somewhere for grinding. I think we can put them right here on this power line. Because, let's face it, we don't need all this power all the time. Okay, grist mill. I'm gonna build... Here, actually. There. Gonna build 2 grist mills. Let's unlock them for bots. And this one grinds wheat flour, and this one grinds cattail flour. And then I'm gonna put in some storages somewhere. Okay. So this is capped. We're never going to get more bad water over here. We can start growing wheat and stuff in this area. What crops do we have left to grow? Sunflower. Wheat. Okay. Well, let's grow wheat right here. Efficient farmhouse. We'll put 3 of them. Bam, 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 right there. Okay. And then down here, past the wheat, I'm going to plant a ton of sunflowers. Well, not a ton, but some. Okay. Let's clean that disaster up. Now, you are going to hold wheat, I believe. Yeah, we need more large warehouses. Okay, you go there, you go there. Nope, that needs to be a double high. Damn it. There we go. Double high. Okay. You will store wheat flour. And you will store spatterdock, not spatterdock, cattail flour. There we go. And then we're going to need a place to store sunflower seeds. Something like it anyway. It's going to take a long time to get all these chestnuts going. Much less get them actually producing. Okay, you are going to produce grilled chestnuts someday. And then we need a bakery. Two of them, three of them. Oh, it's too high. It collides with the zip line. Interesting. Okay. Well, that can go. And then we'll rip that out for now. We don't need anywhere close to this many potatoes anyway. I'm going to remove the sufficient farmhouse completely, I think. Maybe? No. Yeah. We do need more potatoes. Yeah, let's remove this one. We do need more potatoes than we need any other crop. Alright. You are going to produce bread. You are going to produce cattail crackers. And you are going to produce maple pastries. Now, storage. You'll store carrots. You'll store sunflower seeds. You're going to store grilled chestnuts. I'm just kind of assigning these in any old random ass order I think of. Okay. Stick a bench over there. Boom. Okay. Then we need other materials as well. Oh. There we go. Okay. What else do we need? Somehow I haven't placed any beehives. Okay, actually I want to be one tile over. That'll do it. Okay. Yeah. Not going to get complete beehive coverage or anything, but I think there's an achievement for getting a beaver stung by a bee too. All right. We definitely have enough crop space up here that we don't need beehives. Cattail roots are available, spatterdock's available, cattail flowers available. No, spatterdock is not available. It's gonna be soon though. Alright, do I have anything else I need to process? We have 3 grills, we have 3 bakeries, 2 grist mills. There should be one of everything. Okay. We do still need more storage though. Grilled chestnuts are available already. Oh, there must be some chestnuts around that they can reach. That are full grown. Over here probably. This gather flag can probably reach a few maybe. Interesting. Alright. I should build a storage over here. Put a large warehouse over here for chestnuts. We definitely do not need a large warehouse for chestnuts, but anyway. Now, what other foods do we don't have storage for? That's sunflower seeds and grilled chestnuts. Grilled potatoes we have stored elsewhere. Grilled spatterdock can go in that one. And bread can go in this one. And then we have 2 more left to go, I think. And we'll have storage for all the foods. This is the worst possible way to get stairs up to all of these, by the way. Particularly because I have no idea how we're going to get stairs from there. let's just do it this way. Okay, then you get cattail crackers, and you get maple pastries. And I'm going to go ahead and hook that up, and that up. And then for decorative purposes, gonna stick another bulletin pole over here for no particular reason. As opposed to why I wouldn't stick anything else there. And we'll run a few bushes across there. Put a beaver statue here, why not? And then on top of this, I'd like to put some roof pieces. Just, oh, we can't put a roof on top of there because the damn zip line. Well, we can do this. So a little notch in the roof so the zip line can go through. There. That looks just stupid enough to be acceptable. Alright. So what are you missing on well-being? Some beavers got bee stung. That's fine. They can suck it up. Sunflower seeds aren't done yet. Spatterdock, maple pastries. Okay, mud pit's still not done. Everything else is looking pretty good though. Campfire, rooftop terrace, all that stuff. It's only servicing about half the beavers. So at this point, what I should probably do is start cutting down on actual beaver labor. And replace all of the food production that was being done by beavers with food production being done by bots. We don't need beavers working as foresters. I'm going to let a beaver continue working as a herbalist over there. Because it just seems more appropriate to have a beaver herbalist. You guys can all be bots. You can all be bots. You can all be bots. And now we have exactly 9 beavers still working. Where are they even working at? Oh, observatory. Gather a flag. Okay, no, you can be a bot. There's a forester over here that's not. Lumberjack flag. That definitely should be bot, because that's deep out in bot country. Whoops. And there's a forester out there that got missed too. Whoops. Okay, the only beavers who are left working are the ones working at the observatory and the herbalist. Okay. But I think we're going to have the earth recultivator worked by beavers as well when it gets built, which isn't going to be for a while. Okay. So all that's left is a few foods that'll come along eventually and a mud pit which needs some wheat to finish. Alright. We are dangerously close to maximum beaver happiness. And we have a bunch of unstaffed buildings because we've started using up a ton of bots. But that's fine. More bots will be manufactured to fill the needs. All this is capped off. That's great. Okay. Oh, this will still get filled with bad tide in one circumstance. During bad tides, the water seep will dump into there. Didn't think about that. Well. I guess that means that we should fill this in a little more. And push that evil bad water as far away from the crops as possible. Okay. And then we should probably dynamite out a little passage over here to get rid of all that crud. Oh, I never did add the bridge over there. Oops. Well, that's an easy fix. Okay. Yeah, the metal blocks we have about 350 left to go. Treated planks we have about 1,500 left to go, which is a few. Okay. We're almost out of planks, actually. How much pine sap do we have? A good bit. Where am I even storing that? That's a great question, because I'm not sure if I ever built a warehouse for it. I don't think I built a warehouse for it, so I'm not sure where it's stored. There must be a small one somewhere, or even worse, we must be storing it in a reserve pile somewhere. How much do I have stored? It must be stored in a reserve pile somewhere. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to tear out a bunch of potatoes here. And I'm going to tear out a bunch of those buildings. And then we're going to put in A lumber mill. No. We're going to put in some woodwork shops and a lumber mill. Okay. That'll work. How many? One plank every 3 hours. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah. All right. Oh, these are finely built. Lovely. Now, log pile, let's delete that. We don't need it. Don't want it. We're long past the point where reserve piles are worth anything. I should probably rip out most of this potato field. I'm going to go in and tell them not to replant. Most of these potatoes. Yeah. We'll keep a little potato field over here, maybe. But I think I'm going to go ahead and remove that efficient farmhouse as well. Order that planted with potatoes. Order that not to replant. Okay, and then we're going to order these guys to prioritize harvesting instead of prioritizing replanting. And that should result in most of the potatoes being stripped out. And then this part over here that they can't reach to harvest, we're going to order torn out normally. Okay. So that's our plan for removing the potato field. Lovely. Now, oh, this finally filled up. Well, I guess you can tell I was paying close attention to what was happening around here. Who knows how long ago it filled up, but it's full. Okay. That's a lot of water in there. Giant green area. Think about how large these green areas are, and then you zoom out, look around, and realize that vast sections of the map are still completely inhospitable. Looks like our wheat's almost ready to harvest. That's good, because we could really use some of that. Let's order a larger area of sunflowers to be planted. Okay. Yay, the wheat crop's coming in. That means they're going to build the mud pit over here sometime this year. Gotta set that to high priority, so hopefully they grab the wheat first. Alright. I'm quite happy with how our little forests here are turning out. This one's not old enough to really have done any spreading or anything. And of course our chestnuts are barely grown at all. Let's run around and check to make sure I don't have any. I think I already removed everything, yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Well-being high score continues to go up. What are we missing still? Maple pastries are starting to come online. Bread's starting to come online. Campfire, rooftop terrace, and contemplation spot are all a little lower than they should be. Mud pit is starting to come online. Okay. Give it a little bit of time and mud pit will really kick in. Well, they need to be supplied with dirt, apparently. Well, it's a good thing we have plenty of that. Okay. Average well-being will go up rapidly as everybody cycles through this. Let's remove that reserve pile. Remove that reserve tank. Let's empty that reserve pile. Empty that small warehouse. Those are all very outdated. There's a medical bed and a tooth grindstone over there. These are probably some of the oldest buildings still remaining in the colony. This medical bed and that tooth grindstone. Because they were very, very early placed. And they've been there ever since. That or the sufficient farmhouse right here might be one. It might be earlier than them. Not sure. In any case, goodbye. We don't need them anymore. We should hopefully never need the tooth grindstone ever again. Because bots have been doing all the tree cutting for a good long time, and it should remain that way or more. Okay. Lovely. Now, let's have some bots work at the observatory. And let's have some bots work at the herbalist. And just like that, Every single beaver in the colony is unemployed. The beavers have nothing to do but run around and enjoy all of their entertainment. Okay. Now, we should be dangerously close. Yeah, all we really need is the earth recultivator and we'll have maximum well-being. Or darn close to it anyway. And to get this, we need another 1,200 and something treated planks. Okay. We are starting to run through our supply of pine sap. It only takes 7 days to get 2 more, so I don't think I need to plant. Oh, here's the pine resin warehouse. It is indeed a reserve warehouse. I think I'm going to leave that alone. There's no reason to change it. I can remove these 2 platforms. They no longer serve a useful purpose. They were there just to get some people over here to plant some stuff. That's long been accomplished. Okay. All right. This is definitely the most time I've put into decoration in any beaver colony ever made. And we still haven't fully decorated the whole bottom area. This over here is still... Someday they might clean up the last of those potatoes. They're never going to because... when they don't have any when they don't have any harvesting to do, they will replant. And they spend a lot of time with no harvesting to do. Purely on the strength of what do you gonna call it? I wonder if I should bomb this level down a little bit. Let's do that. Let's reduce the area here that's not being it's not watered. Let's reduce its height by 1, and that should hopefully open this up a little bit. And if it doesn't, we can increase the area over here a little bit. Increase the size of the pond slightly. And that should get all that area watered. And then I'm going to just plant random ass trees in this area. Which I'm probably going to go ahead and do that anyway. Let's stick a forester over there, and then as soon as they have all these plants gone, we'll start planting trees. And bushes and other random bullshit. Okay, that does get all that nicely. Okay. I am going to expand the size of the pond anyway. because I think it'll look nice. And then we'll scatter some pines in here too, why not? A few birch over here by the water. And then some dandelions. And a few blueberries. All right. Now, what area do you not cover? You do not cover the top of this hill. Okay. We'll build one over there. And you don't cover this area down here at all. Roger that. Okay. Let's empty that water tank. I should probably get another water tank somewhere that's more easy to access. Yeah. Let's go ahead and put it right here. Okay, this one will request water. That one will supply. And then they can just go straight from this zipline station to this zipline station and then grab water. And they'll be right over here beside the food warehouses as well. All right. And we'll set up some small warehouses down here to hold common food ingredients to help improve food processing speed. I'm going to remove that window. We don't need it. We have a better one over on their side. Okay. Looks like these foresters are done. Let's go ahead and remove them. And then let's clear planting area on all of these trees that we just had planted. It wouldn't do to have them stand out against the later ones that spread on their own. All right. Lovely. We're going to have a bad tide soon, and I have not really done much about improving this situation for bad tides. So we should probably go ahead and actually work on improving that. Let's just put a row of dynamite across there and blow it open. And that should drain whatever bad water this water seep produces. Technically, we don't even need to drain this, but I would much rather drain it. Because if you don't drain it, then it gets nasty. I am going to go ahead and put levees up there, just in case. Alright, whenever they get tired of working on top of the dynamite, we'll blow it. Alright. Bad tide diversion worked perfectly. Of course it did. It's been working perfectly before this. It's just that we never had reason to actually worry about diverting it before. Because this was already running with bad tide over here. Okay. Beautiful. How are we doing on this? We have about 1,000 treated planks to go and about 200, a little less, more metal blocks. We're pretty low on normal planks. We're actually starting to run low on pine resin now. There are still pine trees to get the resin from, but not many. Most of them have been all collected. Yeah, I probably should have planted a larger pine forest. Yeah, we can plant one over here. Let's see. I put this right here, and then put a tapper shack right beside it. And then we plant this whole area to pine. It's not really that much pine at the end of the day, but we can plant this upper area to pine as well. The tapper shack won't be able to reach everything that the what do y'all call it can reach. I don't want them planted there. That'll look weird. All right. That's not very many pines. It's probably about the same amount as over there. Maybe a little bit less, but not by much. Now let's see. These take almost 20 days, 19 days to be productive. Oh well. Pretty much a solid wall of green. The only thing we need is the earth recultivator to get max happiness. And how much does that even provide? Can't see it there. You have to check an individual beaver. Where do we have an actual beaver? You there. Plus 10. So that would be 77 happiness max. That is a little bit. Okay. Oh, yeah, I put that little bumper road there so that I could reach a couple of potatoes that were out here. Needed removal. 900 treated planks to go. Why are we low on scrap? Oh, they just haven't hauled scrap metal in. Are we actually... No, we're not running low on logs either. Let's get another hauler set up. I think we need some more haulers. I'm going to remove the builder huts that are here by the district center. Because I want more of those. We can put them over here. Another 10 haulers should hopefully help the hauling situation a little. Okay. Looks like we've got a bunch of bots hanging out around the district center. I am going to go change this to be less than 5. So our bot population goes down a little bit. Because we don't need a whole 10 unemployed bots hanging around all the time. It's usually higher than that most of the time anyway. So we'll cut down on unemployment for bots. For beavers, unemployment can remain as high as ever. Yeah, the forests here around the main settlement are coming in nicely. Starting to get some spread, which is cool. Okay. Beautiful. I could set up the printing press. No, I couldn't. 'Cause I don't think you can't automate changing. It'd be kind of cool if you could automate changing recipe. But I don't know how you would do that with the current automation system. Because it wouldn't be very hard to set this up so that you'd have you could pause it when books were high versus books low. But then the problem is you can't change recipes, so. Yeah. We only got 80 metal blocks left to go, about 900 more treated blanks. Yeah, pine resin shortages are slowing things down now. Oh well. Oh well. Didn't I order... I swear I ordered roofs. Oh, I did. I just had... Okay. That threw me for a loop for a second. I had the altitude cutoff set exactly right, so I couldn't see the roof on top of the warehouses. Oh well. I should probably run around and roof all the rest of the warehouses. The problem is this can be quite a sizable job. And I don't feel like it. Yeah. I wish there was a 3x3 roof. That'd make certain things a lot easier. Alas, such a thing does not exist. Gotta put some random decorations here and there. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Nah. Okay. I'm kind of surprised how detailed the textures are for these notices. Like most of the time you're not going to look at the game for much more than like say this zoom level. But even when you zoom way in, I know I've remarked on this before, but the graphics hold up even at surprisingly deep zoom levels. This would be a AAA game with amazing graphics in like, oh, I don't know, the late 2000s. I think there's a first-person mod, actually, which would be kind of interesting. We could explore the labyrinth from inside. Oh well. About 800 treated planks left. We're almost done with the metal blocks, though. So that's good news. Matter of fact, now we have exactly 800 treated planks. Make that 799. And we only have 10 more metal blocks to go. Beautiful. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we're not going to actually be able to finish the earth recultivator tonight. Alas. We are very close to finishing it. However, for lack of some treated planks, we will have to do it later. Because it's 10:47 now, and there's no way we're getting another 800 and, well, 700 and some, I guess it is actually. Close to 800 treated planks in the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah. I think I'm about done with this playthrough. I do want to launch the earth recultivator yet. So next week we probably will play this settlement a little bit more. Enough to launch that. And maybe do a few other little things around here or something. But I've pretty much done everything that I really wanted to do. We did some cool engineering here and there. I mean, there's more stuff I'd like to do, I guess. This upper lake never did get a water tower. So in a long enough drought, it would dry up completely, and then our crops up here would die, I suppose. I'm not sure where I would put a water tower or where I would feed it from exactly. But it definitely wouldn't hurt to have one. On normal mode, like we're playing now, on hard mode, you definitely would need a water tower to prevent crop death, but on normal mode, it's a large enough body of water, it doesn't dry up, usually. I don't think I've ever seen it dry up. So we don't really have to worry about it. But I would like to have a water tower on it, just because. And with a large enough water tower, I could have the aqueduct run all year round. Like, I should probably have this aqueduct run all year round, purely because there's no way we don't have enough water for that. This is a very large lake. Although I do wonder how much it would drain. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway. I guess if we wanted more water, we could, this big old shallow lake over here could be easily filled. I never did get around to building a power plant over here at the Badwater Domes. I could open those up and funnel them through a set of water wheels for tremendous power, although less than what the Iron Teeth would be able to make out of that. There's there's still a ton of stuff to do on the map. I just don't really want to do it in this playthrough. After all, I would like to save it for other playthroughs. But until we launch the Earth Recultivator, we can't start on any alternate start locations. Which is one of the many reasons, other than the fact that we're most of the way there anyway, we might as well finish it, that I would want to finish that. That, and I've never actually used this particular wonder. Oh well. I think this is where I'm probably going to call it for the night. This is a very fun map. And I do really like this settlement. I'm really, really, really happy with how all of these forests and stuff turned out down here. It looks awesome. Like this one here is obviously still growing in. We don't really have any full-grown trees there yet, but the Beaver area over here looks really cool. Have a variety of different housing sizes. These triple lodges are honestly me just getting lazy. Oh well, let's save the game. Looks like you're probably going to get rained out of work tomorrow. Well, that's not a good way to make money. Unless they pay you for rain days, in which case, hell yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, I do believe there will be some crab champions. Tuesday and Wednesday, more Opus Magnum. I do want to play the DLC. That game is kind of fun. I quite like it. That said, I do want to wrap it up fairly soon so I can make space for other games. So I can continue trying to burn through the giant pile of games that I want to play. I need to get them done sometime. But anyway. And Thursday, we'll do some Zoo Tycoon 1. We have... I think we'll probably do Saving the Great Cats scenario again, obviously. Supposedly, that's one of the hardest of the intermediate scenarios. Which, okay, sure. We'll just make slightly smaller exhibits and try to save up money a little harder. Burn through the giant pile and you consider going back to Kenshi and burning up at least a week. The list will never get smaller. Well, yeah, it will never get smaller, true. But I can at least make the list move forward. And not every game is a Kenshi or a Factorio or an X4. A game that can always be pulled off and played whenever. Yeah. Anyway. Or RimWorld for that matter. to think of other games that I have played many times before and would like to play again. Oh, well. I need to at least chew through the newer games that I've never played before to make room for the old favorites. Anyway. Friday, then, of course, will be more EDF. And then Saturday and Sunday, we'll see. At least one day will be spent on more Beaver. I don't know if I want to immediately start yet another Beaver colony or if I want to move on to something else. I definitely want to finish off our current colony though, because I want to reach max Beaver happiness. And then at that point, I'll decide if I want to move on immediately to another colony or if I want to move on immediately to another game. If I do move on to another game, then I definitely do want to return to Timberborn, and that will be added to the list of games that have to be played again soon because I'm not done with Timberborn yet. I might take a short Timberborn break though, like a 1 or 2 game long break, so that I can play through some of the other things on the pile. After all, no matter how much I enjoy them, I don't want to spend too long on one single game. Got to keep things fresh. Yeah. I guess that's a problem for next week, Milo. For tonight, though, let's see. Is anyone in the old follow list doing anything tonight? It looks like Noms is playing more Skyrim RP. Okay. Sure, why not? We'll trade Noms. Oh, Skyrim. I wonder how far the Oblivion Skyrim remaster thing is along. Whatever the hell they're calling that again. Last I knew, they were pretty close to done with it. Definitely when that comes out, I'll have to play through that. Okay, anyway, let's not think about that right now. The last thing I need is to think of even more games that I need to add to the list, particularly ones that aren't even out yet. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for some good old crabby shenaniganry. And I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.